everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now a few weeks ago I turned a rather large beautiful piece of brown Mallee burl. This is red Mallee, obviously a very close relative. The grain pattern is just as stunning, but it has much more of a reddy hue to the heartwood. Now the reason why I bought another one, apart from it just being a beautiful piece of wood and I had to have it, a lot of people commented in the video that they would have loved to have seen all of this texture left natural. So what I'm going to try and do is just that. We are going to have to turn away a small amount here so we can get it into our jaws, but apart from that I'm going to try and leave as much of this on as possible. Now you can't get it sitting flat without turning away an awful lot of this area, so to get over that I'm going to make a stand for it. So I've never done anything quite like this before, so it's going to be fun. So we'll get started. Now, a crucial element here is that I don't drill too far into this piece, because I will need to turn a lot of this away just to be able to get some jaws in there. So I'm going to put a mark on my drill bit, the least I think I can go in, and then if I do need to go a bit further, then I'll go a bit further. That should be absolutely fine. I'll try and hold this square and flat. Okay, we're on the lathe. Because we're doing so little turning to this side, there's no point in putting the tailstock in, because I won't be able to get in there around it and do what I need to do. So what I'm trying to do is just create a very small clearing, deep enough to be able to fit the jaws in, so for when we turn it around we can turn out a bowl. Right, I'm going to start off, well, all of this is going to be done with a carbide cutter, because again, my normal tools aren't going to work in that tight an area. Turning at about 750 RPM. We're nearly there. We'll need it to be about 40 mil, so it needs to go out just a little bit more and still a little bit deeper. That'll do it. Lovely. Right, I just need to put a small undercut on there, just so it locks into the jaws. And that's that. There's no sanding. Okay, all right, we'll turn it around. Okay, we're all turned round. Now, time to start creating a small bowl in this area. Now we know where we can go down to because of the worm screw, so let's investigate how wide this bowl can be. I've got two considerations here. I've got obviously the width of the face of the wood, but also I've got areas and delves on the back side which I don't want to open up and have a big hole in there, so I think I can go a little bit wider than that. The top of this isn't exactly flat, so we'll deal with that in a little while. But first of all, let's hollow this out. Right, the face not being even is driving me crazy. I think I'll flatten this off first and then we'll make the bowl. certainly see where the high parts are. Okay, that's pretty flat now. Still got some sorting out to do here, but we can do that in a little while. I'll just redraw my bowl. Let's go sharpen up again, and then we'll hollow this out. Excellent. I was going to get a scraper in there just to sort out that little bit. That's excellent. Now I'll just get the tool rest at right angles to the lathe and just do the same along here just to tidy up these areas. Actually worked better than I hoped. Right, excellent. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, not that there's going to be an awful lot. I'll definitely bring you back at the end. Okay, sanding all went beautifully. Now I'm still a little bit undecided as to what finish to put on this. I think a lot depends on the style of base I go for. So I'm dying to have a look at this grain, so I was going to put a bit of isopropyl alcohol just to watch it explode. I can never get enough of this wood. Okay, right, I'm going to go and have a hunt around my stores for something nice to make a base out of. Okay, I've had a hunt around the workshop and I found this beautiful piece of bog oak which I intend to use. Now I think the black of this is going to be a nice contrast against the colours in the Mallee Burl, so what we're going to do is put a worm screw hole in off centre so I can try and keep the same kind of shape as we've got going with this piece. So it'll be mounted like that. Turn a small recess on this side so I can turn it around and finish it off, and also just sort out that base and get it all nice and polished. When that's done, we'll turn it around, we'll create the stem for the Mallee Burl, and then start turning this edge down to create a nice sweeping line to the base. Now I'm going to take the base down to about there, I think, so it'll be kind of curving up into the stem from around the edges. Now this kind of texture left on the side, I'm not going to sand that. I'm just going to leave that exactly as it is because it is absolutely beautiful. Right, that's the plan. Let's get started. Okay, we're on the lathe, we're all set up and sharpened. Now as you can see, we are considerably off centre, but with such a small piece we should be okay. I would normally use a tailstock in this situation, but again, with it being such a small piece, I'm going to have to live without it. But I am going to be stood well to the side when I start turning. Now initially I'm just going to flatten off the surface with a bowl gouge and then going with a scraper to make sure it's all nice and flat, and then we'll put a recess in. Speed wise, we're going to be turning at about 750 RPM. Good, excellent. Now I'm going to be using a palm sander so it's completely flat when I'm sanding that off, but now I need to mark out for my tenon. That's where the recess is going to be. Okay, that's good. Right, I'm going to quickly sand this base. You don't really need to see this. And then I'll turn it around and I'll bring you back when we're starting the fancy bit on the top. Okay, turned around, I'm on the lathe, and I've got a little crack on this side, which I'm a little bit cautious of. So I'm going to use the tailstock, but before I start turning, I'm just going to dribble in a little bit of thin CA glue in here, just to try and give myself a little bit of security. I'm just going to let that sit for a little while. I'm not going to hit it with any activator because I don't want to risk it bubbling up, because I'm trying to keep this as a natural edge as possible. So I'll let that set and then we'll start turning the outside. Okay, that's had time to set. Now the white line I've put on is like a safety barrier. It's much wider, well, it's about 3-4 millimeters wider than I need it to be, but I don't necessarily at the moment want to start turning inside that area. That's going to be done in a little while when we start to think about fitting it up. At the moment I just want to start taking this away, lowering these edges to about there on the base, I think. Right, this could be interesting. Okay, you see the start we're making. That's good. It's quite difficult because I can't really see this area as it's going around. It's a bit of a blur, so it's more guesswork than anything else. Okay, I'll just angle this tool rest a little bit to make life a little bit easier. Also what I'll do is I'm just going to put a white line above where I want to end up, just so hopefully I can spot it a bit easier as it's going around. Well, that's what I was scared of happening, and it happened. I think a recess was a bad idea. Where is it? Okay, that was the outcome of that. I think it was just too much for this 1,000-year-old wood, so we will move on to plan B. Welcome to plan B. Now this was actually my original idea for this piece, and then I decided to go with the bog oaking instead. Now this is another piece of red Mallee burl, which I bought after completing the top, and I thought it would look very nice sat on the top like that. Not that kind of angle with it over the side, but more that way. So it's more of a statement piece. So we're going to do that. Now this is the area we're going to make the joint. It's not ideal, but I'm pretty sure we can make it work. So I have to, that's the high point there. I've got to put another worm screw in, another worm screw hole in at the opposite angle, get it on the lathe, and we're just going to be turning this little bit here. Now the base I'm going to sand afterwards, just with a normal sander. That doesn't need an awful lot of work. Right, okay, let's get this one done. Okay, we're on the worm screw. It's a little out of bounds, as you can imagine. Not quite as bad as the bog oak. Now I just want to, my little white dot I put at the start, it's not quite in the centre, so I'm just going to quickly mark exactly where the centre is. I can now kind of gauge where I need. How am I doing this? Right, I can now kind of gauge the outside area. Now this is going to be a very tricky turning because I only want to turn off a small amount, because I've got to make a tenon here to fit inside the other one, and I don't want to wreck too much of the outside because I want to try and leave as many of these spikes next to it as possible. So I'm not quite sure exactly the best way of doing this yet. Let me have a think and plan out a strategy of attack. Okay, now I've got a white mark on my tool rest where the center is, and I've got these two bits of green tape either side, and I want to be cutting just on the outside of it. Okay, to make the tenon. I may just flatten this area off first, just to give myself something which will need to be buttered up against the piece it's marrying to. Now I've got to be very, very careful. I'm going to take this down in bits and keep on bringing the other piece up until they marry up together in the right angle. This is going to be a little bit of experimentation, and I have no idea. It may not work, but let's hope it does. I know it's a little premature, but I'm just going to bring up the other piece and see where we're at. Okay, these edges need to come away a little bit here. Okay, we're getting to a point where I can't do much more with turning tools. I found a place where I'm happy with the design, which is there, but I've got a couple of bits just touching a little bit around this area, so I'm going to get out my Dremel and just soften these areas, just take them down a little bit, just so we lose these hard edges, and this just sits perfectly in that location. Right, so I'm going to get out my tools, or the Dremel rather, and get this married up a bit. that's about as nice or as good as we can get that. What I need to do now is to start putting a coating or some kind of finish on all of these pieces. I also need to sand up the base of this piece as well, so I think I'll do that first, sand this, and then we'll come back and start putting a finish on all these pieces. I'm not going to glue it up until all the finishes are dry, because I don't want it's going to create areas that I'm going to have trouble getting into if I glue it up first. Okay, we're ready to start putting the finish on this. I'm going to use a Danish oil, and I'm going to put it on fairly liberally at the start with a sponge. I've been advised to do this by one of the viewers, and he seemed to know what he was talking about, so I'm always welcome. So I always take advice whenever it's given. I'm going to put it on quite liberally, let it sit for about 20 minutes and then coming to wipe it down. After that we'll leave it for 24 hours or a bit less. Normally it dries quicker, but at the moment it's quite cold in here, so I'm going to give it a little bit longer than normal. But that wood is absolutely amazing. Now I was slightly disappointed when I was turning this red mallee out. The parts that were very, very red did turn away, so I'm getting more into the sapwood area of it, which is unfortunate. It's still darker than the brown mallee that turned before, but you just wait to get to see the other side of this. I'm going to put it on there. Right, I'll just turn this over for the moment. Actually quite surprised that this burl surface isn't tearing this foam pad apart. It's doing all right. I'll let that sit. Now I would normally glue these together with a bit of wood glue, but as I've just accidentally put Danish oil on the ends, on the tenon, I'm going to use an epoxy or something like that to put them together. This piece reminds me of some sort of kraken or octopus. It's an absolutely amazing shape. Well, that's the colour red mallee is supposed to be like. Well, I am going to get some more pieces of this because I absolutely love this wood. Right, I think I'll leave that one that way up. I'm going to let these sit for 20 minutes, then I'll come back and wipe off the excess, and then I'll put another coat on in about 20 hours, something like that. But I'll bring you back when I put it all together and we can take a look at the finished article. Well, there we have it. Now, I had no idea what you could call this. Yes, it's a bowl, but it's so much more than that. It really is quite unusual. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, the main purpose of this whole project was to try and leave as much of the natural texture of the burl as possible. And by adding this second piece, I think we've really turned this into something quite distinctive. If you've got an idea of what we could call this or a name for it, then please leave a comment in the description below. But anyway, there you go. If you've enjoyed this one, I'd really appreciate a like and subscribe. If you leave a comment as well, like for instance what you would name this, then you're going to be entered into the giveaway when we next do one. I don't have a date yet, but hopefully in the next few weeks I'll decide on when the next giveaway will be. Right, I'll put some beauty shots of this at the end, but apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this piece of amazing wood is THUYA. It's a burl from a THUYA tree, which comes from the mountain areas of Morocco. I have turned this before, but last time I turned it, I vowed never to turn it again. The main reason being is that it's an absolute nightmare to sand. Now, I do now know, or have a better idea how to sand it, and you'll be seeing how we do it a little bit later on. But the first thing we've got to do is decide where we're going to put a bowl. Now this piece of wood it's a hefty old size. It's over 19 inches wide, but this area around here is very, very narrow. Now I'm not necessarily wanting to do a live edge on this because I'm doing a lot more resin work, and I'd like to save some of the offcuts from this to do something with resin, and I think that would be quite an interesting mix-up. So what we're going to do is figure out a circle we can cut out of this side, get out the jigsaw, cut it out, and then get it on the lathe. Okay, so that's what we're left with. A very nice, useful blank, and some offcuts, which I think hold great potential. Right, one thing when I was cutting the THUYA, I was reminded by the smell this material has. It's very much like cedar. It's got a wonderful, sweet smell to it. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, to mount this, I was initially going to use a worm screw, but we haven't got an overly deep area. It's about 2 inches thick, which I guess is enough. But I think I'll use a face plate with a slightly shorter screw, just to be on the safe side. Okay, I have upgraded the quality of the screws I use to something called a Turbo TX. So hopefully I won't have any problems with snapping. Okay, we're safely on. Now looking at the surface of this wood, we've got what looks to be a crack coming through here. Now it seems to stop there, and I think it's purely in this little bit of sapwood we've got. So I don't think that's going to give us much problem, but I will be keeping an eye on it just in case. Now we are a little bit out of balance because of this big lump here, so that's going to be our first area to work on. Now it's very, very well secured with the face plate, but as ever, I'll just bring up the tailstock and lock that off, just so we can keep ourselves as safe as possible. Okay, we're ready to start. I've sharpened up a 1/2 inch record power bowl gouge, and we're going to be turning about 750 RPM. That's, as you can see where it's cutting, that's just taking down that high point I mentioned at the start. And I'm just going to put a glove on. Yes, it is still quite cold in here. It's about 5 degrees C, which is certainly a lot warmer than it was the other day. But a lot of this bits coming off here are really quite sharp. Okay, it's coming on nicely. We've nearly got the bottom all square. That's that crack I mentioned at the start. It's still there, but again, I don't think it's going to give us too much of a problem. Oh, we seem to have lost a piece out of there. That may be something that hit me on the hand earlier on. If I remember correctly, the other piece I turned of this did that as well. Got another piece missing there. That's okay. Right, we're going to carry on going. I've started to try and flatten off the base so we know where the foot of this is going to be. In a second I'll just get this round and continue working in from the edges until we get rid of all these areas. that's given us a reasonable idea where this foot's going to be. Now I think we're going to be making a nice little platter from this. I'm going to keep the inside quite plain, I think, just to show off the beauty of the wood. But when I make pieces like this, I always try and like to put some sort of texture on this side, just for when you're picking it up and holding it, it just feels nice to the touch. So I'm going to get out my ruler and start planning something out. Okay, I've just put these white lines on every ½ inch apart. Now I've got a 3/8 inch spindle gouge, and with the flute turned almost 90 degrees, I'm just going to take this in at a slight downward angle from this point to there, then from this point to there, so it gives it like a small ridges going outwards. I'm doing it now while I've still got a bit of meat in this wood, so if it doesn't work out, if it looks terrible, I can just rub it out and do something else. That's quite interesting. Not quite sure if I love it yet. I think maybe too angular. From the side it looks very Art Deco. Oh, very nice. Well, I think I'll just put something in this end one as well. Okay, I think it's a little severe. I'm just going to take a straight pass through it with a bowl gouge. Not to eradicate anything, just to take these, soften these corners a little bit. I think I like that a little bit more. Okay, right, I'm going to set up for creating a mortise in here. I think I need to take another quick pass to get that a bit flatter. Then I'll put that in, and then we shall start doing the very interesting sanding. Okay, we're just about set up. I've got everything I need. Now this is wet and dry sandpaper. I bought a pack, and we'll be going through grits from 120 up to about 1200. Normally when you're sanding you just use normal dry sandpaper, but this time we're going to use a lubricant, and we're going to be using lemon oil. So I'm just going to decant a little bit into a cup. I'm going to soak the wet and dry sandpaper and then just hold it against it as this is rotating. Now I'm still going to be using air extraction and a face mask. Although there isn't an awful lot of dust from this procedure, there's no reason not to be as safe as we can be. Okay, that's the procedure that we're going to be using. I've just used one grit at the moment, but between each going over with the grit, I'm just going to get a bit of isopropyl and just wipe off the surface and only clean out any residue that are in the grooves like that. What we're effectively doing is creating like a sanding paste, like an abrasive paste, which just goes over the surface and slowly cuts that wood back. Okay, that's all cleaned off. I'm going to carry on through the rest of the grits, and I'll bring you back when that's done and we've turned around and ready for the inside. Okay, the bottom of the bowl is all nicely sorted. We've turned around and we can now start hollowing out. I've sharpened up and we can start turning at 900 RPM. Okay, it's all going fine. I've just stopped here because I've got to make a decision. Initially I was thinking this was going to be a platter, but this kind of rim we've got here is a bit too thick for that. So I've got two choices. I either take this down by about 1/3 of an inch to give it a shallower lip and then make a nice platter from it, or I'll leave it that depth, coming from about there, and then you go straight down and then in, so it's more of a shallow bowl. I'm not quite sure exactly which one will be better. I think I prefer a platter with this kind of wood. Right, a platter it is. That's beautiful. Right, now we can hollow it out. Okay, we've got to about the depth we want. You can afford to go a little bit further, but not much. This area here corresponds to that kind of hole we've got on the back, so that may come out, it may not, I'm not sure, but we're fine to leave it as it is. Now I just want to put a little bit of edge decoration on to about there, I think, and then start hollowing in from about this point. Not a lot, just a little bit of subtlety, just to kind of mirror what we have going on in the back. I like that. I do like that edge. Right, okay, I think it's time to take the tailstock away. We'll get rid of this little bit, make sure this surface is nice and smooth, and then we can start sanding. Okay, brilliant. Right, I shall set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it. I shall bring you back at the end when we put the final finish on. There we go, all done. Right, just a few wipes over with isopropyl alcohol just to remove any residue whatsoever. Keep on forgetting how beautiful THUYA Burl is. It really has to be one of the most amazing woods on the surface of this planet. One more wipe and then we can let that evaporate and put on the finish. That's had long enough to dry. Now the finish we're going to use the same as last week, which is a shine juice mixed of shellac and boiled linseed oil. I'm going to put it on while the lathe is spinning, just saturate the surface and then get a dry cloth, build up the speed and start buffing it in. Okay, right, I'm going to take a look, see if it needs another coat. If it doesn't, I shall bring you back and we shall have a look at the finished article. Well, there we go. The THUYA Burl platter, sanded with lemon oil and finished with shellac shine juice. I'm really happy with the way this has come out. I know I keep on saying that, but this is one of those pieces where I know I said I would never turn THUYA again, but once you increase the level of your understanding of wood and learn new techniques, then you can't wait to try things again. I'm so pleased I revisited this wood because it really is just absolutely spectacular. I can't get enough of it. I'll leave a good few shots at the end, a few beauty shots, just showing you some close-ups of this grain because it's just absolutely amazing. The cameras, I'm sure, don't do it justice. Well, there we go. Right, well, I hope you enjoyed this one. If you have, I would really appreciate a like and subscribe. And if you could share it as well, then that would be absolutely amazing. Don't forget, if you do leave a comment as well, then you're going to be entered into the giveaway. I'm currently thinking that it's going to be on the 16th of March, which is our 2-year anniversary. Anyway, well, thank you very much indeed for watching. I shall see you next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the new workshop. It's quite a big day for me. First of all, we are celebrating 2 years of the channel. And secondly, this is the first piece I'm going to be turning in our new workshop. For those of you who are familiar to the channel will know that a little while ago we were evicted from our previous workshop and home. We very quickly had to find a new place. We moved in week before last. And now eventually the workshop is set up so we can start turning again. And this is it. It's a beautiful piece of oak. It's got some beautiful pips in there, so I think it should make quite a stunning piece. We're going to make a platter. This piece we're going to give away to one lucky subscriber. More details about that later on, but let's get started. Okay, nice and safely on the lathe with the face plate. I am going to bring up the tailstock just for a little bit of extra security. Just lock that off. Okay, I intend to make a platter with this, so we're going to have to bear in mind that when we're putting a finish on it to make sure it's fully food safe. I think initially I'm going to start working in from the edges see how much usable wood we've got underneath and where it is, and we'll take it from there. Right, let's see how balanced it is. Okay, that's not too bad. Looks like we can start turning at about 520 RPM, so it should be okay. Initially, I'm going to work in from the edges with the 1/2" bowl gouge. We'll take our time, make sure we're wearing face protection because this bark is very loose and it's going to give up on us. And we'll see how it goes. Strange, I haven't turned in about 3 weeks. It's strange to get back into it. Right, I'm going to start working at a bit more of an angle on these edges as opposed to going straight across, straight across, straight across. I want to try and give this a nice bit of a dip in the middle. And we need to reflect that on the outside before we can do anything to the inside. That noise is definitely coming from the bark. So whether something's not spinning correctly, let's just take that bark off. There's the problem. I've got a big hole that bark goes in quite a long way there. That might give us a couple of problems. Okay, I'm just going to take this down a bit further and see what we've got underneath. We'll see how deep it goes. Okay, there's definitely bark in there. That's going to make things interesting, isn't it? All the way around there, about 3/4 of the exterior is all good. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this off for a second, drop some CA glue in these areas just to firm them up. And that way we'll be able to use this area for a recess, as was my intention. I'm just going to dribble in a bit of a 3A medium CA glue. It'll just soak it in slowly, firming up the area. I could probably do it without this, but it's just an extra level of security to keep us safe and keep this piece in one whole piece. Right, okay, I'm just going to let that sit for a few minutes. I'm not going to hit it with an activator, and then we'll come back when that's dry and carry on turning. Okay, before we do continue, I just want to mark out where the recess is going to be. There's the middle. Okay, just put that mark on there just to give us an idea exactly where we're working to in terms of foot, so we can carry on. Some nice cuts. Still got an awful lot of bark on these edges, which I'd like to whittle down a bit further. Set this angle just a little bit greater. By setting the angle of the tool rest in different positions, you can change this angle on the side of your piece quite easily. All you're going to do is just follow it with the tool, as opposed to having to force it with the position of the hands. Right, before I go any further, I'm just going to quickly sharpen up again. Okay, all sharpened up. Just taking a quick look at this. We've got a few radial cracks on the edges there. This one, this biggest one here, hopefully we're going to be able to work past it as we're shaping the piece. This side's pretty good. Still got an awful lot of bark around here, but we're getting there. We'll carry on. Speed turning wise, we're up to about 660 RPM. That's looking nice. Okay, we've still got a bit more to get around here. Now, if I can't get rid of it without interfering too much with the actual shape, I don't mind leaving those bits on, but we'll see how it goes. This gap we've got here is still unturned. I would like to take this all the way to the top. Okay, actually one thing on a side note, as to say, this is the first turning I've done in this room. My voice does sound like it's got a bit of an echo, so I may need to do something about that. If you're an expert in the field, what's the best thing to do? Do I put soundproofing pads on the walls or something like that? If you do know, please leave a comment below. Okay, that was pretty good. We're now getting close to the top. That wing, we're at the top. Now when I do turn it round, I can get them all fairly even. I think I need to go a little bit further. I don't think, oh, hello, okay. Right, I don't think I'm going to get rid of all the bark. Oh, that's nice. Actually, that's fine. We can work with that. Turn that into a talking point. I like that. Okay, right, let's carry on for a couple more passes on this side, and then we can worry about what we're going to do with the base. Right, I'm going to flatten this off, redraw my area for the tenon, sorry, for the recess, and we'll create that. Okay, I've taken the recess in a little bit deeper than I would normally, purely because this is quite an open-grained oak, and I don't want it breaking when I've got it in the jaws. Right, so I'm going to get a scraper, see if I can sort out these tool marks, and then we can think about sanding. Okay, it's proving problematic, so I'm just going to sort the rest with sanding. I'll let you watch the start, and I shall bring you back when it's done. Alexa, turn on extraction. Extraction off. Okay, that went well. With some isopropyl alcohol, I'm just going to clean out the pores, the grain in this. Oak's a very, very open grain wood, and I'm going to make sure that all the dust is out of it before you start putting finishes on. Don't worry about these edges, they're all going to get sorted when we turn the ball around. Or the platter, or whatever it is. Okay, that's all I have time to evaporate. So I'm going to go on now with a blonde shellac. This is going to act as a sealer for the pores. And then we're going to go on with, I think, Howard's feed and wax over the top. In fact, I think I'm going to put this on with a brush, because all the little eyes, all the little pips are going to tear this paper to shreds. Okay, it's not ideal, but we're going to have to make do with an old yogurt pot and a sponge. I can't find them. That's one of the problems with moving house and workshop and everything. Right, okay, this will be fine. Okay, I'm going to give this 2 coats of sealer, and when they're dry, I'm going to go over the top with an abrasive pad, about 800 grit. That'll just help denib the wood, and then we'll go over the top of that with the Howard's feed and wax, I think. Right, let that dry. Okay, that's pretty good. Do the same again with some of Howard's feed and wax. Apply a nice generous coating, and then let it sit for about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll buff it off. I'll do that off camera, and I shall bring you back when we're starting to hollow out the inside. Okay, we're all turned around, using tailstock again for support. Now, when I was turning the other side, I did get these wings, these top edges quite thin. I probably should have stopped myself, but I was getting a bit carried away. I haven't turned for a little while, and I was enjoying the experience. So anyway, when I start to hollow this out, I'm not going to start from this edge, because this will disappear. Where I'm going to start is from this thicker area here that we've got in the middle. So I can't really go much beyond that point. So what I'm going to do is just get a bit of tape and stick it on the tool rest to mark the point where I don't go past. So no cutting beyond this point at the start, just working in from there. And you'll slowly see this curve develop along here. Right, get started. Okay, we're all sharpened up, and we're going to start turning at about 700 RPM. Okay, that looks pretty good. I've been quite careful around this area, so I haven't quite attacked the ends of the wings yet. That's quite different. It's got a difference in gap between there and there. It must have been slightly off centre somehow. Okay, fair enough. This measurement is one of my trademarks. Okay, so we're going to carry on going. I'm just going to angle the tool rest in just a little bit to help create the right kind of angle we want on this piece. I'm going to reflect the angle I've got on the back, so they're nearly parallel, not quite, just nearly. It's going to help me gauge where I need to be. Good. Right, we're getting up to these edges, which is nice. If you stand quite tall when you're at the lathe, and you can look at this pretty much side on, and you can see the full thickness of this piece being turned, so you can get a very good idea of where you are, so you don't go too thin, which is excellent. Right, I can afford to go a little bit thinner. We're at, I suppose, about 3/8 of an inch, which is about 10 millimeters, something like that. So I think I'll just take this a little bit thinner before I start working the center. Okay, that's the next section done. We've got a bit of a crack appearing here and here, but that's the nature of the wood, so I'm not going to worry about too much. It's not necessarily structural. I'm just going to take another quick pass over this little bit because I've got a small 2 mark there, and then we'll take down the next section. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'll try and get as much of this as I can with the tool rest still in place, but then I'll just quickly nip it away and finish it off. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm going to spend a bit of time sanding now. I'll let you watch a bit of it and then bring you back when it's done. I'm going to have to spend a bit of time taking away these saw marks on the edges, but I'll do enough to keep the natural kind of beauty of this amazing wood. Alexa, turn on vacuum. Alexa, turn off suction. That was a lot of fun. Okay, sanding usually isn't fun, but that actually was. Right, I'm just going to clean off the surface as I did before with a bit of isopropyl alcohol. Make sure it's all clear of any dust residue. And then we can start putting on the sealer, cut that back, and then put on the final finish again. I have to be quite careful with the wings when I was sanding this, because in some areas we're down to about an eighth, well, yeah, about an eighth of an inch or a couple of millimeters. It's really quite fine. Okay, I'll let that evaporate, and I'll come back with a bit of shellac. Okay, that looks nice and dry. Again, I'm using my trusty sponge and a yogurt pot to apply the shellac. I still haven't found my paintbrushes. Like the other side, I'll apply 2 coats of this, and then when it's dry, I'll cut it back. Just with an abrasive pad, like a Scotch pad, about 600 to 800 grit. I'll let this dry, apply a second coat, cut it back, and I'll bring you back and we'll put the final finish on. Okay, the shellac's nice and dry. I've gone over the top with the abrasive pad, and let's just put the final finish on, which is again the Howard's feed and wax. This is a clear demonstration of the difference in temperatures between the new and old workshops. In the old one, the Howard's feed and wax was almost a solid lump, but here it's nice and fluid. You can apply it easily. Like on the other side, I'm going to apply this nice and liberally, let it sit for about 20 minutes, and then rub it in. I've ordered some acoustic panels, by the way, to try and help cut down the echo in here. If there's anything else, any other comments you'd like to make about the new setup, I've still got to fine tune the camera angles, but that'll all be done in time. But any other comments you'd like to make, please put them in the section below, and I will read every single one. Right, we'll let that sit for a little while, then I'll come back and buff it. Okay, I'll give this a final hand buffing, and then we should take a look at what we've done. So there we have it. The first piece completed in the new workshop. A beautiful oak burl platter with a nice natural finish on it to allow for many uses. And this can be yours. As I mentioned at the start, we're going to be giving this away as part of our 2-year anniversary. And all you have to do to be in a chance to win this is to have liked, subscribed, and have left a comment on at least one video since our last giveaway. But this isn't the only thing we're giving away. Because it's our 2-year celebration, we are also giving away a few of the prizes as well. Amongst those are a set of colours, mica powders and powders from Let's Resin, a starter set of adhesives from O3A, a set of bowl turning tools from Record Power, a large box of Mirka Q Silver sanding paper from Yandles. I'd like to say a huge thanks to all the companies that have given prizes for this giveaway. I don't take you guys for granted. You make fantastic products, and I will always support you because you have always supported me. Right, now the giveaway is going to be done on the 4th of April, so you have a couple of weeks to get videos watched and entries in. But apart from that, I'd like to thank you all so much indeed for your support over the last 2 years. And I look forward to many more turnings in the new workshop. Apart from that, thank you very much indeed. I shall see you very soon. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Now this is a rather nice piece of oak. I bought this initially thinking of using it for a resin project, but I think it's a little bit too nice for that. Some sort of natural bowl is going to be best made from something like this. Now the main area of beauty is to the side. It's in the center and across to this side. So what I'm going to try and produce is a slightly off-center bowl with the center being about there, I think. I should do it. Right, I'm going to get a face plate on this side. We'll get it on the lathe, and we should make a start. Tailstock's in place. We are going to be a little bit out of balance when we start turning, so we're going to keep ourselves as safe as we can. Talking about safety, I have started recently working with JSP, and they've provided me with some equipment to help keep myself safer, and also so we can help make everybody aware of the importance of good equipment when you're turning. This is a new face mask I'm going to be using. As you can see, it's a very, very solid, heavy-duty construction, so anything flying off the lathe, it still may hurt, but it's not going to do any damage. If you want to compare, that's what I've been using for the last couple of years. It's fine, it's done a great job, but this, I think I'm going to feel a little bit more comfortable with this. Also, while I'm turning, from now on and evermore, I'm going to be wearing at least a PPF 3 rated face mask. So that is the new order of the day. Right, so face shield and face mask on. I'll sharpen up the ball gouge and we shall start. Okay, initially we're going to be turning at about 500 RPM until we get this top bit turned back. It is going to be a little bit of a rough ride. Okay, it's going well. I've been kind of picking out pieces I wanted to turn back. I have to move my lathe back a little bit because it seems to be walking itself across the floor. I might go and grab some heavy things and put them across the base just to give me a little bit more stability. But as soon as I can get this high bit down a bit more, then things are going to calm down an awful lot. But you're starting to be able to see the beautiful grain we've got going on under here. And there'll be more again on this side. So, right, I will continue. Okay, we're still rocking and rolling a bit, but looking at that grain, I think it's certainly worth it. Still so many areas that we haven't touched yet, so we'll keep on going for this, try and get this turning all the way around, at least maybe up to about that area. That should get the balance sorted out an awful lot, and then we'll start thinking about what we can make from this. It's going good. It's definitely time to go and sharpen up again though, and shuffle my lathe back into the original position. Okay, we've got this all the way around now, but it has unveiled quite a significant crack on this side. You can see I can get it to move a little bit, and there as well. Blimey. Okay, so I think I'm gonna drop some CA glue in there, give it a good while to set, and then continue turning. But that is not safe to turn in its current condition. I think I'll take it off the lathe so I can get it into this gap better. Okay, I'm going to use the 03A thin CA glue. Okay, we'll see how this goes. And we do start to turn when it's all set. You're going to do it with great caution. because this kind of situation is more dangerous than it seems, because these are quite big pieces of wood, and if it was to shoot out, then it could hurt a bit. I'd much prefer to make a smaller ball than a quick trip to the hospital. Okay, right, we'll let that dry and come back in a little while. Okay, it's the next morning. The CA glue we put in the cracks has had time to do its job, but we are going to keep a very, very close eye on them anyway, just in case. Now, also, I've had a chance to review the footage from yesterday, and at some point I didn't realise, but I had the air hose resting on the end of the lathe, and the other end touching the camera boom arm, and the vibrations transferred up to the camera, so I do apologise if that spoiled your viewing a little bit. But anyway, all sorted out now. I've made a shelf for the bottom of the lathe and put a ridiculously large bit of rock on there, so hopefully we can keep vibrations down to a minimum. I'm sharpened up and we shall continue. Next order of business is to try and get rid of a bit more of this. I'm not sure if I'll get rid of it all, and then start thinking about what we're going to do for a foot. Okay, it's going well. I like the shape. We are going to leave that. I don't want to do any more huge amounts of turning on this, otherwise it become too small. Now we've got an awful lot of beautiful grain around here, so we are going to make a wing for this. So we're going to base that into the design. Whether or not we lose some extremities, I'm not sure yet, but I'll keep on going with it as is for as long as I can before I make some more decisions. So next stage is fine-tune the shape, put a recess and a foot on this, and then sand. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Recess is all nicely sorted out. We've got some nice little bit of detail now on this edge. So ready for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back when it's all done. Okay, sanding went well. I'm just going to clean out the pores of the wood with some isopropyl, and then we'll put a finish on. Burl grain in this is just absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'll let this evaporate and then we'll put a finish on. Isopropyl alcohol has done its job and evaporated. And now we're going on with a house feed and wax. And I'll give this a good coating. And we'll let it sit in for about 20-30 minutes and then we'll rub it back. Okay, right, I'll let this soak in, then I'll rub it in. I shall bring you back when we've turned it around and we can start on the other side. Okay, we're all turned around. I had a couple of broken screws, so I've just quickly removed those. And then what we're going to do is just quickly mark on the top here where the outside of our bowl is going to live. I'll allow for a little bit of a safe area on the outside for fine tuning. And the inside of the bowl is probably going to be around somewhere there. Right, now I've got a feeling that this these wing areas are going to look too big and a bit strange, so I do have a plan for those, so stick around and I'll show you what we're going to do. Well, I think we're going to do. Right, so first of all, I'll start to take down the wings a little bit, and then we'll start hollowing out. Okay, that's taken the wings down a fair bit. We're down to about ½ an inch at the most on the sides. Now, I am very wary of these cracks that we've got on these sides. They seem to be holding together, but I am still worried about them. Now, what I'm wanting to do is to maybe create some sort of spiral pattern on this, which goes from the outside of this area here around there, and then slowly starts to taper in to the edge and then comes out again. Be quite an organic kind of shape, but I'm not sure. I've never really done anything like that before. I'll just get a pen out and I'll kind of show you what I mean. This is the beautiful area around here. This is what we're wanting to try and keep. So if I go from the extremity, right, that would be the outside of the line. Imagine kind of like a curve there. I'm just spinning this, I'm just slowly moving the pen out. I need to move it a bit further than that. A bit faster, sorry. Kind of like that, I think. I think that would look quite nice, and it would allow us to save a lot of this beautiful grain here without it looking too much. Okay, now what's the best way to cut that? Right, I think I'm going to take this all over to my bandsaw. Yeah, I've got a bandsaw now. Cut round this, and then we can start on the rest. Okay, wish me luck. That was scary. Right. Okay, I'm not sure if I've made it better or if I've ruined it, but we've got it now, so let's carry on. With those cracks we were having on the side, I just didn't want anything truly bad happening. So next order of business, I've got to match up the detail we've got on the bottom with the top. I think I can afford to take down these wings a little bit more now, and a little bit further in, and then we can hollow out. Let me know in the comments if you think I've made a complete and utter hash of this, or if you quite like it. Something just hit the wall, so that'll be that then. Where is it? I can't find it. Okay, what can we do? Can we? I don't know. I've still got a little bit of room on the edge to go in a bit further, so I can still disguise. No, I can't disguise it. It's there. It's huge. Okay, right. Well, we'll feather it in. All right. Let's see what we can do. Okay, we're going to live with it. We're going to call it a natural edge bowl now. Okay, go a little bit thinner on here, I think, which will take that a little bit further in. Okay, we're just going to live with it. It's part of the bowl. I'll tell you what I am glad though, is that this bit that was connected to it, it was an awful lot longer, and that could be the whole side of the bowl coming off at me. So, okay, we've made the right decision. Right, I'll just try and make these walls a little bit thinner, just a fraction, and then we'll start hollowing out. That's all good. I'm liking that. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I shall let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back when it's all done. Sanding was a challenge, but we got there in the end. So first of all, as usual, cleaning off with isopropyl alcohol. It really is looking nice, isn't it? Right. Okay, I'll let that evaporate, and then we shall come back and put a final finish on. As before, a nice coating of Howard's feed and wax, and we shall let that dry and buff it in. I'm going to let this dry and then come back in a little while and buff it in, but I shall bring you back when it's ready to take a final look at what we've done. And there we go. All things being equal, I'm fairly pleased with the way this has come out. I really was worried about it when we started to see those cracks, and for good reason as well. I mean, that one let go fairly quickly, and if that had been the whole side of the piece, then it could have been an awful lot worse. So I think the decisions we made were the right one. As for the style, well, that's down to you. I think it's going to be a bit of a Marmite one, this one. You either love it or you hate it. It is a shame we lost that side. I would have glued it back on if I could have found it, but I couldn't. So there we go. But there's no denying whichever side of the fence you're sitting on, that this burl grain is just absolutely glorious. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's even better on this side. Right, going back to the face shield I showed you at the start. As I mentioned, I'm now an ambassador for JSP. What that basically means is that they're going to give me a few products to test out, to try, to talk about in relation to how they can help with everyone's safety when they're turning. Now, I'm sure you can just see the actual quality of this piece on your screen now. The face shield is as strong as anything I've seen, and it's comfortable to wear as well. It didn't fog up like I thought it would do, so that's pretty good. Now, I did get this for free. I'm going to leave a link to where you can get more information on this, but I don't get any residual from it. It's just a one-off. Here you go, have a look at this, let us know what you think, kind of deal. Now, there are a few of the more interesting items which they've sent me, which I'm going to be using over the forthcoming week. So I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you want me to do a dedicated video on health and safety in terms of PPE when you're turning, or would you prefer me to kind of drip feed the information over to you week by week? I'll leave that one up to you. But apart from that, this is it. I'd like to thank you all for watching. If you've enjoyed this, please feel free to hit the like and subscribe, etc. And if you share it as well, then that would absolutely be utterly amazing. And if you leave a comment as well, then you are going to be entered into the giveaway the next time we do one. I'm not quite sure exactly when that'll be, because we've only just done one for the 2-year anniversary, but hopefully it won't be too long. Right, next thing for me to do is to clean up the bed of my lathe. This was wetter than I thought, this oak, and the tannins in the oak has stained the bed of my lathe, so I'm going to get that cleaned before next time. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this is quite a nice piece, or potentially a nice piece, of Chestnut Burl. We've got some absolutely amazing grain on this side, and I'm fairly certain that it goes all the way through. So what I'm hoping to create is a live edge bowl. Now we've got quite a bit of a height difference, as you can see on this piece, so we need to be able to sort out that. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is quickly mark out a circle in here where I can get the biggest piece from without delving into these dips down here. And then we're going to take it across the bandsaw, cut it out, and then get it on the lathe. Okay, so there we go. A nicely cut blank. This area that we cut off from the outside, there's still some nice usable wood in this area, and possibly we can salvage a few of the bits for some smaller resin projects. So we'll keep hold of that and we'll move on. Okay, now we've still got quite a variation in height between the top here and the bottom, and that in itself isn't too bad. It still could look quite nice, but I'd like to try and even up these edges a little bit. So when I put it onto the lathe, I'm going to mount it between centers rather than have it like that with this foot being square to the tailstock. I'm going to angle it a little bit so we get a flatter area across here, and this one isn't quite as flat this side. I think that's going to give us the best kind of compromise between the varying heights and depth of bowl. All right, so let's get this on the lathe. Okay, we're on the lathe. I've sharpened up Now it does look a little bit funny, and we're going to start turning at about 570, 580 RPM. The tailstock is well locked off to keep us safe, and we'll also be wearing the JSP face shield, which is designed for high impact, and of course the face mask as well, which is PPF 3 rated. So we are doing everything we can to keep us as safe as possible. Like I said, I've sharpened up, so the first area to take notice of is this bottom edge. I'm going to start whittling that down and then start shaping the sides. Okay, that's went very, very well. Really, it's a funny old looking shape now. Cutting this area all the way around to here, and then this top edge. You can still see the flat area as it was around here. So I'm going to start taking this edge up. So we're cutting all the way around, including this bit here, and see what kind of shape we can get. Okay, the bark is quite loose in places. I'm not expecting to keep it. We do have a massive bark inclusion here. So again, we're going to keep a very, very close eye on that to see if we need to put any CA glue in there or not. At the moment, I'm thinking not. It's there, but it's not severe enough to structurally weaken. Saying that. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. This area here, as you can see, this bark inclusion goes up here, meaning that this piece, there is potential to lose that, so we are going to keep a close eye. It all depends what happens in there. But anyway, we'll start taking up the sides and see what happens. I've managed to pick up the speed a bit now. We're up to about 750 RPM. Okay, we're still not hitting this piece here, but I've got a lovely shape going on this side, and it's just really, really pleasing. So I'm going to carry on. But look at that grain. Yes, we've got these bark inclusions going through, but that's all part of wood. Okay, as I'm shaping this side, I'm going to start creating a foot on here, which is going to be used as our tenon. Because we're turning between centres, I can't use my usual internal, my usual mortise on this. So we're going to have to make a tenon that we can grab with jaws on the outside. Right, I'm going to carry on a bit further up this edge. This is looking nice. Okay, it's looking good. Cutting up to most of the edges now. I've still got a flat spot there that has yet to be turned, so we need to get into that. But apart from that, well, there's a little bit there as well. It's okay. Right, let's see if that did the job. Yep, I think so. I hold up very little hope for that bark. And I'll get a couple of comments saying, why don't you just pour resin in there? But I really don't want to. I want this to be as natural as I can, because this piece has got so much character to it. Right, the foot, I need to tweak a little bit there because I've got a little bit still from the remaining base. And I'm pretty sure I've got enough wood there to make a nice little tenon out of. Okay, I'll concentrate on these areas, and then I think we're nearly ready for sanding. Okay, that's those areas sorted out. We've got a nice defined tenon on there, which will do us beautifully. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, but I shall bring you back when it's done. Okay, sanding went well. I'm going to quickly turn on the overhead extraction, get out of the workshop until it all clears, and then we can carry on. Okay, air's all nice and clear. Now I'm just going over with a bit of isopropyl to clean out any dust from the grain. Okay, gives you an idea of, wow, how gorgeous this wood is going to look. Okay, we'll let this evaporate and have a little think about finishes. Okay, I've decided to go with a blonde shellac for this. I'm just going to put a bit in a pot so I can brush it on. Yes, I found brushes, thank goodness. Right. I'm brushing it on because I want to be able to get into all the nooks and crannies and get into the bark as well. I'm not sure exactly how much we'll have left by the end in terms of bark, but I want to try and save as much of it as I can. Okay, we'll let this dry. Then we'll cut it back with an abrasive pad, and then we'll go over with a full strength shellac, blonde shellac over the top. Okay, and now on with the normal blonde shellac, full strength. We'll do the same with this. We'll let it sit in, and then we're going to go over the top with abrasive pad again. Beautiful. Right, I'm just going to put a coat of a special wax over the top of this just to help protect it, and then we'll be able to turn it around and start hollowing out. Right, this is a Renaissance wax. I've been collaborating with Dean at Goodwood's UK, and it's designed just to help protect the surface of wood and many other things as well. You can use this to condition the bed of your lathe, any silverware or anything like that. It just adds minute film over the top. It just helps protect all the muck and the grime and everything like that getting stuck to it. It's mainly based around a microcrystalline wax. Okay, I'm just going to blur out the bits out in the grooves, and then we'll just buff that in. Okay, let's turn this round. Okay, we're all sharpened up again. I'm using tailstock to start the hollowing. I don't think it's going to be there for very long, but while I've got the support, I may as well use it. Initially turning again at about 740, face mask, face shield on. We'll get cracking. Okay, that's pretty much all I can do with the tailstock there, so that's going to have to go now. Okay, I think I've lost a big chunk of bark from there. I heard it hit the wall. Just see if I can see it. Not that one. Not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Okay, all right. This is, no, that's, yeah. I mean, without the bark, it still looks absolutely beautiful. That's going to stay on, I think, so we'll try and keep hold of that piece, but the rest is going to live without itself. Sorry, live without its covering. But that's okay. I mean, it still looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Okay, right, carry on. Okay, we're nearly there. The overhang that we've created is causing a great deal of problem with these kind of cuts across the center because I keep on catching the stem. Oh dear, okay. Yeah, it's done that to it. Don't worry, I shall sand that. Right, and it keeps on catching pieces like that with the shaft of the gouge. So I'm going to continue to come across, clean up these cuts, and that should bring us hopefully to the right depth. Ready for finishing. If I have to get a scraper in there to finish off, I will do, but I'll try and do it with a bowl gouge first. Okay, that's pretty good. Right, I shall set up for sanding. As usual, I shall let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back when it's done. Okay, as before, I'm just going to quickly get out of the workshop and let my air scrubbers clean the air, and then I'll come back and carry on. Okay, air's nice and clear, so I'll just wipe this down with isopropyl. And again, first chance to see the amazing grain we've got in here. Okay, I'll let that evaporate and we'll come back on with the sealing shellac. Okay, that's all nice and dry. Now, when I'm putting this on, I'm going to be careful because we've got some areas where there's holes all the way through. And if I put the shellac in too thick, it's going to run through onto the outside. So I've got a tissue to help mop up any accidents. Put the area of concern first, so by the time I bring it round, I can see what it's doing. I don't turn a lot of chestnut. It's not a wood that you see an awful lot of available for wood turning. I'm not sure what it is about it, but it's not in favour at the moment. It's a shame because it's a beautiful wood. Okay, now before I just let this dry naturally, but I am going to give this a wipe over because there are a lot of potentials. There's a lot of potential for running and spoiling areas that are already finished. Just a light wipe, just to pick up excess. Right, now I shall let this dry. We'll come back in a little while. Cut this back with the abrasive pad again. And then on with the final coats. Okay, now back on with the full strength shellac, brushed on again. Tissue handy. Okay, give that a quick wipe over. Again, we'll let it dry. We'll come back, use the abrasive pad, and then we'll put the new wax on. And then we're going to turn it around and take off the tenon. Back on with the restoration wax to protect it. Just give this a light buffing in, and then we'll turn it round and remove the tenon. Okay, let's turn this round. Okay, to take off the tenon, we're going to use a jam chuck, where we just wedge the bowl between the chuck and the tailstock into there, and then we can slowly turn that away. Now this jam chuck I've used it quite a few times, but it's too big for this bowl, so I'm just going to have to quickly turn this back a little bit, shape it correctly, and then we can get started. Holding some grip cloth. Just to stop it rubbing. Now the tailstock is going to be put back into that hole we made at the start, and that should have it exactly central. It worked, excellent. Right, a bit of tension, lock it off, and I can slowly start whittling this away. I'm not going to take it all the way off. When I'm as close as I dare, I'll take it off, chisel off the remainder, and sand it. Okay, I'm a coward, I admit it, that's as far as I'll go. I'm going to quickly get this sanded, and then I'll bring you back and we'll take a look at what we've done. Well, there we go. A rather pretty Burl Chestnut natural edge bowl. I'm pretty happy with the way this one all came together. I do love the curved design. I do love the bark inclusions with the holes all the way through. It's a shame we couldn't have kept more bark on the edge, but I always thought from the start we'd be doing well to keep any of it, let alone as much as we've got. I'm also pretty pleased the way the initial design idea came about. We had a very much of a sloping piece at the start, and by just offsetting it on the lathe, we've managed to create a top edge which is fairly even. If we hadn't have done that, if we'd just lined it up with the bottom of the wood, then we'd have had pieces up here and pieces down here, which I don't think would have suited it quite so much. Anyway, there we go. I'll put some beauty shots of it at the end. If you've enjoyed this one, I'd really appreciate a like and subscribe and all that kind of thing. And if you could share it as well, then that would be absolutely incredible. I try to keep on getting lost in the grain of this wood. It really is just utterly gorgeous. I do love these natural bowls. The more gnarls and stuff in the wood, the better it seems to look. Anyway, there we go. If you do leave a comment as well, you are going to be entered into the giveaway when we next do one. I'm not quite sure exactly when that's going to be, but if you do leave a comment, you are going to be entered. Apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I shall see you all next time. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Now these are pieces, offcuts of a wood called Jarrah. This is Jarrah Burl from the Jarrah tree, which is part of the eucalyptus family. Now, when I bought these, I've got these from Yandles in the UK. And when I bought them, I had ideas to do individual pieces, maybe little resin eggs or something like that. But now I've got them here, I want to try and make a large bowl from them and piece them together some way that we can put them into a mold and create something like that. Now, it's going to take a little bit of fiddling around with different positions, but I'm sure in here somewhere is a combination where I can ensure that the inside of the bowl has all this beautiful figure in, but with none of those straight edges. I don't want any of these straight edges to appear actually inside the wood. So what I've got is this is going to be my mold, which is an old bucket from some chicken pellets. And I'm going to try and position these around to try and use as little resin as possible and as much wood as possible. So excuse me a second while I try and shuffle these around a bit and see what I can come up with. I think that'll do it. Right, now the largest piece is here, and if I can try and ensure that this largest piece goes into the centre, it's going to give me a nice bit of firm wood in order to make the tenon or recess or whatever we're going to use, rather than having to make it into resin. So I think that will do it. So what I'll do now is draw a line, pull these down firmly, trace that line around, you can see where the piece is going to be. We'll take this over to the bandsaw and cut them out. Okay, so we've got this piece nicely cut up. Hopefully it'll all fit. There we go. Right, I'm going to stick these into the bottom with a little bit of hot glue, and then we shall mix up some resin and pour it out. Right, I'll go and set up for that, and I shall bring you back in a second. Okay, the burls are nicely glued down with a bit of hot glue. I should have used the rice method to calculate how much resin I need before I glued them down, but it's too late now, so we're just going to have to estimate. We're going to be using the Let's Resin Deep Pour Epoxy for this pour. I used it many times before, it's never let me down, it's always been nice and easy to turn, so we're going to continue using it. In terms of quantity, I'm going to do 2 lots of 24 ounces. It's a 2-to-1 ratio, so we need 2 lots of 16 ounces in each one. Then we top it up to 24 ounces with part B. It's always important that you mix these thoroughly. And I've got one of these very cool little devices from Let's Resin that'll do the job for me. Okay, while this settles and some of the bubbles rise to the top, we'll take a look at colours. Now, Jarrah Burl is going to be quite a nice dark red colour, so we need something hopefully to go along with that. Now, the base colour I want to use for both of the colours that we're going to mix is black. And so I want this to be as dark in between as possible, because the wood in this I believe to be really quite pretty. I don't want the resin to totally overshine the wood. So black as the main base. Along with that, we're going to do two complementing colours. So we're going to use a dark blue and a gold. I think that'll be nice. So I'm going to put a reasonable amount of the black in. This is an opaque pigment from Let's Resin, and hopefully it should give us something that can't be seen through. So I'm going to mix these in first, and then we'll add the mica powder. Okay, that should do them. I may need a bit more black yet, but we'll evaluate once we've got the colours in. Right, now this one, I'm going to add the blue. Put a healthy amount in. That's nice. And on this one, we will add the gold. Similar quantity. Let's give a final mix with our little machine. Okay, now the next stage would normally be to pour, but I'd like to have some sort of separation between these two colours. So I'm going to let them sit for a little while before we pour. Now the workability time for the deep pour resin is about 80 minutes. So in 75 minutes, we shall come back and pour the resin. Okay. This has had enough time to sit. So I'm going to go for a simultaneous pour. We'll see how it turns out. Just let that sit for a second. Find its way around. Now I'm going to try and fill this up to about a good centimetre over the top of the wood, just to allow it plenty there to work its way in to all the gaps and into the wood itself. Okay, right, I'm going to let this dry and cure over the next 4 days. Then we shall come back and see how we've got on. Well, there we go. It looks good, but all did not quite go to plan. The THUYA Burl that was in the centre and this one, the slightly larger one to the side, had started to lift in the middle. So I've obviously come free from the base. So I've had to top it up with a bit more resin. So it may influence what we're going to try and make, but we'll see. Anyway, let's get this out. That's a good sound. There we go. Okay, so a lot shinier on this side than this side, only because the container I had this in is quite scratched. So that's the main reason why that isn't looking quite so pretty. But as you can see, the colour separation has really worked quite well. So we'll get this on to the lathe and figure out how and what we can do with it. Okay, I noticed that the faceplate wasn't quite sat properly when I put it on the lathe, so I just took it off quickly to try and tighten up the screws. In tightening, I managed to tear the head off one, and then I managed to tear the head off the other three. So instead we're going to go with a drive spur and turn between centres. We can deal with the screw heads when we turn it around. Okay, it's a little off centre, but we'll soon sort that. Okay, I'm going to spend a few moments getting this sitting nice and square, and also give us a chance to try and expose the wood under here and see what we've got to work with. I can see from this bit here, I can see just underneath the surface, I've got a piece there, and I've got another piece up there. I think that's the smaller piece that didn't move. There's the third piece, and that again is down from this edge. So anyway, square out the sides, sort out the base, and then we'll see where we go from there. Mask and face shield on, and we shall start turning at 650 RPM. Okay, just quickly stop a second, just to put a glove on this hand because the chips coming off the resin just sting in the back of the knuckles a bit. Apart from making a wonderful mess, this should hopefully give us enough information on where this wood is in order to see what we're going to do with this. Right, you can see, right, that was okay, that's the main chunk there. You can see that start to come through to the centre. That's the little piece which is still at the top. That's the third piece, which is well off the base, and that'll be angled up towards the centre as well. Okay, that's quite interesting. Right, I'm going to go and sharpen up again and give this a little bit of thought. We can figure out what we're doing. Okay, all sharpened up again. Now, we've got some pieces towards the top, we've got others towards the bottom and at an angle, which means that, first of all, the top of the bowl can't be here, because it would give us these straight edges halfway down from the lip, and that wouldn't look great. So the bowl itself has got to live in the middle of there somewhere. Now, I've got an idea what to do with this. So I'm going to start taking away this edge, see what wood I can expose on the base, and then we'll see where we go from there. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, progress is going good. Starting to expose the wood on the bottom here, which is nice. this larger piece here, you can see the angle it was at because we've still got resin in the middle of it. So I'd like to expose a bit more of that. The Jarrah's looking nice. It's the first time I've turned this wood, and it's really quite hard. I'm going to have to sharpen up quite a few times, I would think, through this. I'm probably going to be moving on to a carbide as well at some point, just to make some of the cuts a bit easier. Right, I'll go and sharpen up again, and we'll continue. Okay, we've managed to clear this area now of resin, which is good. I am going to have to create a tenon on this to hold onto the bowl rather than recess, obviously, now because we're turning between centres and not on the faceplate. So we'll have to keep that in mind. So we're going to be designing a foot and then a tenon. In terms of how far this edge goes up, I think, where's my pen? Found it. Right, I think what we're going to be doing, because our issues with this offset pieces of wood aren't going to just be on the edge, they're going to go into the centre as well. So don't forget, this big piece here now is angled that way. So what I'm thinking of doing is taking this bottom curve up to around there. All right, and then when we turn it around, we're going to be making this top edge here go in and then create the bowl in the center. That's going to give us the most amount of surface area to show off this gorgeous wood. And when we put a small bowl in the center, we're going to cut into this large piece here again. So that's going to give us a nice piece of wood through the middle of the piece. So I think that is a good plan of attack. Having this much height on this side will give me a chance to make a nice foot and a good sized tenon. So, all right, that's the plan of attack. We'll continue on. Hopefully no more issues. We should be okay. By the way, we are now up to about 950 RPM turning speed. Okay, so that's the foot nicely sorted out. The tenon is made, and it should be absolutely fine. We've got no resin blocks sticking on here. There's an awful lot of holes in this Jarrah, but that's fine. We're just going to sand it and leave it natural, as it were. I'm not going to start trying to fill them or anything like that. And I've still got a little bit of resin on that edge, so I'm just going to take this up a little bit further, do some cleaning cuts, and then I'll start sanding this. I'll let you watch a bit of the sanding, and I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, before I start sanding, I just quickly want to mention that a few people ask me, or tell me that I shouldn't wear this for sanding, and of course I don't. I mean, this is a good mask, it's PPR3 rated, and it's fine for turning, It's fine for turning normal woods. You don't use it for dangerous types of woods. For sanding, I use a GSP P3RD filter, which will filter down to 99.95% of particles. So we are keeping ourselves safe at all times. Okay, I used regular sandpaper to about 400 grit and then went up to 800 using lemon oil and some wet and dry paper. And it's given an absolutely beautiful fine surface on this. I'm not quite sure whether to put an ultra fine abrasive paste on as well, which I think I might. Yes, I think I will. You don't need to use lemon oil, and as long as it's a thin oil, you can pretty much use anything you like. Okay, I'm going to turn this around. We'll put a final finish when we've got the other side done. Okay, we're all turned around. I'm just going to quickly get rid of these screw heads. One. Two. Three. Four. Excellent. We can carry on. Okay, we're all sharpened up and we're going to start turning at about 940 RPM. We'll start off by trying to expose some wood on top here and start making this curve again on the outside. I feel like I'm turning into a human spider web. Right. Okay, this is the large piece. I'm just starting to expose it. I do need to come in or come down a reasonable way to get it all out. This second piece, we haven't even touched that yet, so this has got a lot more work in this area. That was fine. That was the little one that stayed in place. So that's not what we need to worry about. I'm going to keep on taking away this edge so we can expose hopefully more of that and nearly all of that. Okay, we're starting to do well now. This is the larger piece. We've exposed an awful lot of it. This is the smaller one. And there is a little bit more, but I think we are getting close to the edge there, which is good. And that's the smaller one there. Right, what I want to try and achieve is any wood to be exposed is all exposed by about that area there. Okay, because that's going to be our hollowed out bowl area, I think. Might just be a tad wider, but it's going to be around there. So let's, is that, I can figure out if that's the edge of the wood or if that's still under resin. Let's go another bit further and just see if we can figure that bit out properly. can safely assume now that that is the edge of the burl. I may still be wrong, but we are going to be taking it down a little bit further as we refine the edge. I'm going to start hollowing out in here now and start preparing for where our lip is going to be. I think it's still going to be around where that white line is. Okay, we're going to make a few decisions now. We've got a really nasty hole here in the Jarrah, which I could fill, and I may have to, but I'm going to take this down a little bit further because maybe I also want to try and get rid of this resin that's cutting into that edge. I prefer it to come around here somewhere than in. This is natural. Got a few bits of Jarrah up in that area as well, which is nice. So all in all, I'm pretty happy. Still got some cleaning up to do on here, so I'm going to keep on going. A few more passes on the inside, a couple more on the outside, and then we'll see where we are. Hole's pretty much sorted itself out, which is good. The Jarrah's nicely going over the edge, so I can live with that. I'll put a little lip on here as I was just cleaning up the side to see how it look. And I don't mind it. Actually, no, I don't like it. Okay, that's going. Right, get rid of that lip, do a bit more tidying up, and then I think we can sand. Do I like that lip? I'm going to leave that lip, just as a bit of interest. Okay. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it. I shall bring you back when it's done. And there we go. It's really starting to look nice. I do love sanding with lemon oil. It makes the workshop smell absolutely amazing. Right, I'm just going to give this a quick clean over with isopropyl, and then we're going to go on with an ultrafine abrasive paste. Now, a lot of this abrasive paste will get stuck in these holes as you see it happening, but I'm going to blow out the holes afterwards and then wipe it down and blow it out and wipe it down until they're all gone. Okay, that's all dry. All the pores and gaps are all nicely clear, so it's time for a final finish. We're going to use a shine juice, and this is just a shellac mixed in with linseed oil. We can apply it liberally to the surface and then spin the piece to buff it in. Don't forget we've still got to do the back as well. We'll probably end up doing a couple of coats of this, I think. Okay, I'm going to cut this back with an abrasive pad, put a second coat on, turn it round, take off the tenon, and then I shall bring you back and we shall take a look at what we've done. Well, there we go. A Jarrah Burl and Resin bowl. Enjoyed making this one. It was a bit of a challenge. The Jarrah really was quite hard, and I kind of messed up at the start by not ensuring that the pieces were firmly glued to the bottom of my mould. It's a mistake I've made before and I've done it again, so yeah, I must learn better. But I don't think there's any denying that it's turned out quite nicely. You can still see the gold in the resin. I have no idea. Oh, there it is. There's some of the blue we had. Apart from that, I can't see it. Oh, there's a bit more there. I'd love to have seen more of the blue we used. So I thought that would have been quite nice. If you fancy trying this resin, there's links in the description below. They are a sponsor of the channel. So if you could support them, then you'd be supporting me as well. I would very much appreciate it. This, by the way, is my brother's first book. I know this is nepotism in its greatest form, but I'm very, very proud of him. He's my older brother. This is his first novel, The Prisoner of Cestus. It's set in the future, science fiction novel. He did the cover illustration as well himself, so he's an immensely clever guy. Right, I'll leave a link to that in the description below. It's available on Amazon, it's available for Kindle, and it's also available in paperback as well. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, I'd appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things. And if you could share it as well, then that would be absolutely incredible. Don't forget, if you do leave a comment, then you are going to be entered into the giveaway when it next happens. But any comment will act as one ticket into the giveaway. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching. I shall see you next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this ugly looking thing is a piece of Robinia. Now Robinia is fairly common across the northern hemisphere. It's pretty well populated, and this is a piece of burl from that tree. Now it does have other names as well. It's also known as false acacia or black locust, and we do know, as we've termed black locust before, that this will fluoresce under UV light, so we may try that a little bit later on. Now, it does have quite a few problems, this piece. We've got a very, very low, horrible gap here, which is incredibly thin and loose. We've got lots of splitting going around the edge. It really has seen better days, but I think we can hopefully make something nice out of it. Now, it is quite a big piece of wood, and we have a lot of usable area around here. So what I'm going to try and do is cut a blank out of this from about there, which should hopefully leave us enough wood to make a few nice things out of this corner. So I'm going to quickly make up a template. We'll get it attached and then we'll take it over to the bandsaw. There we go. It's not looking too bad, is it? There's some amazing potential grain in here. We do have a bit of a bark inclusion going on here, so we'll have to see how that affects the design. There's a bit of rot there, but overall this could be absolutely amazing. Now I'm going to mount it initially between centers so I can work on it easily. I would normally put a worm screw in there, but we've got a good layer of bark, I think, so I'm going to try and get rid of some of this bark on the top, not around the edges. If we can keep it on the edges, that would be fantastic, but I'll clear a bit of that bark in the middle so I can get my drive spur into there, and then I'll get this on the lathe. There we go, all nice and safe. We've cleared the area so I can get the drive spur nice and easily in there, then we'll get it between centers. Okay, we're all nicely settled on the lathe. Initially we're going to be turning it around 850 RPM. It's pretty well balanced. I've got a 1/2 inch bowl gouge. And first of all, I want to try and start getting this round and seeing what's under here and how deep it goes, because that is, as you can see, it's very soft. Felt a lump come off as I was turning. I'm not quite sure where it was from. That's okay. This does seem to go in an awful long way. Now, we haven't quite got it all fully round yet, but the grain in this is just absolutely mind-blowing. Can't wait to put a finish on it. Right, let's continue turning this away. As you know, I like to try and let the wood decide what shape it wants to be, and I don't think this wood wants this bit in, so let's start taking that away. Still very much there, still all very, very, very soft, but it is reducing. With us turning between centers, we do need to create a tenon and a foot, which is going to bring this up about 1/2 inch. So we do have room in this piece to hopefully turn all that away. These kind of pieces around here I'm not really worried about, because that's all part of the natural beauty of it, these bark inclusions. Okay, we're getting into the realms of wood that we can treat and deal with, which is excellent. So what we're left with. Right, I like that shape. That's not bad. Can we just feather that in? Maybe slightly go in towards the top. How would that look? Let's find out. actually is quite a pleasing shape. Still, there we are. I've still got a saw line to remove, but that bark looks solid as a rock. There's no give in it whatsoever, so I reckon we can keep that on without too much problem. Right, so I'm going to take a couple more passes on this side, just narrow it a little bit more, just so we can get rid of this bit here. Right, we've got it. Excellent. Right, I'm going to finish off this curve here, create a tenon and a foot, and then we can start sanding. Okay, that's pretty good. Happy with that. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. As usual, I'll let you watch a bit of it, then I'll bring you back when we're done. So just taking a quick break in sanding. It's all going very, very well indeed. But except for this area here, there's a small section of this rotten piece we have at the bottom, which is starting to let go. So what I'm thinking of doing is just taking this bit out and sanding what's left, and it'll leave a hole, but holes are fine. See that? That's just all completely loose. So if I can just feather this in and smooth it all out so it looks natural, and then we'll carry on. Okay, sanding went well. We've got a nice sort of kind of organic dip in this area now where we took out that rot. So what we're going to do now is just put a bit of isopropyl alcohol on just to clean out the grooves, and basically because I'm dying to see what this figure is like. I've got this camera hopefully set up to do a close-up as I put this on. Wow. This grain has everything. Okay, right, we'll let this evaporate. Okay, now I'm desperately wanting to put a Danish oil on this, so we're going to leave finishing the outside to when we do the inside so we can do them all together. So I'm going to quickly turn this around and then we'll start hollowing out. Okay, we're all turned around. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take out a core using a Forstner bit just to save us time when we're hollowing out. I'll put a bit of tape on here for the correct depth. Remember the last time I did this I went too deep and actually into the tenon itself, so hopefully we won't be doing that again. Takes nice and slowly. Okay, I'll start off with a ball gouge but after a little while I would imagine I'm going to have to switch to carbide. Okay, hollowing's going well. I haven't swapped over to carbide yet because I haven't really run into problems yet. I'm having way too much fun, to be honest. So I'm going to continue on a little bit further with the bowl gouge, and then I'm pretty sure I am going to have to get into a carbide to sort out the base and these bottom walls. Okay, still going very, very well. I am going to have to start switching to a carbide in a second, but I just want to take this down a little bit thinner. Not much, just maybe 1/4 of an inch. And then I'll swap over and finish out the base. Okay, excellent. Right, carbide time. That's good. Right, get in there with a scraper to sort out the base and a couple of tool marks on the edges there. And then we're ready for sanding. Okay, that's as good as that can get. Love it. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it as usual, and I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, all's gone well. Something went beautifully. Some very, very tricky areas to get to on this wood, but we managed to do it justice. Right, I'm going to quickly turn this around, take the tenon off, and then I'll bring you back and we'll start putting a finish on. Okay, we're all ready to get started. We'll put it on the sides and the base first. Now, this is Danish oil. There's a few things you've got to bear in mind when you're using this stuff. First of all, any cloths you use while putting it on, you must dispose of them carefully because like many other oils, it has an exothermic reaction. In other words, when it gets hot, it can spontaneously burst into flames. And flames with wood are not a great mix. So if you're using cloths for this, then do make sure you dispose them adequately. Danish oil is a drying oil, so we have to build it up in layers. Each layer, if you use a standard Danish oil, will take about between 12 and 24 hours to dry. This one I'm using here, Liberon's, it says you can recoat in about 6 to 7 hours, obviously depending on the temperature. But please, whatever Danish oil you have, please read the instructions carefully. If you put a second coat on too soon, or a third coat, the surface can start to get sticky. Okay, inside. The grain on this really is quite remarkable. I'm using a brush this time purely so I can get in all the nooks and crannies in the bark and on the edges. Just makes life an awful lot easier rather than using a tissue or something like that and it all tearing up on the edges. Now there will be some excess, and the idea is you let it sit for 20 minutes or so and then come back and wipe off the excess, and then you leave it to dry. Okay, right, that'll do for now. I'll be back in 20 minutes to wipe this off, and I'm going to keep on applying coats until I think it's had enough. Don't worry, you don't have to wait for that. I'll bring you back when we're all done. There we go. Robinia, false acacia, or black locust, whatever you call it. I'm just going to call it beautiful. This wood has every type of grain you can imagine in it. Burls and swirls and feathers and ripples, everything. It's all hidden inside that absolutely horrible looking blank. Absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed turning this one. Hollowing was, which I normally dread, especially deeper pieces like this, was so much fun. The long ribbons of wood that I managed to get to come off were really was so much fun to do. Now, last time I turned a bit of black locust, we were messing around doing the turning under UV. Somebody left a comment saying, will Robinia Burl fluoresce? So, should we find out? Alexa, turn off workshop lights. There's your answer. Yes, it does. That really is quite astonishing, isn't it? Right, Alexa, turn on workshop lights. I'll put some photographs of this at the end of the video, and I'll also put some more on Instagram and Facebook and on the new website, which is now live. I did put a post in the community section saying that the new website was live, so feel free to go and have a look if you like. There is a shop on there which sells Mike Holton merchandise. All profits from the shop go back into the channel to help me buy more interesting and wonderful pieces of wood so we can all turn it together. You can get shirts, t-shirts, hoodies, mugs, and magnets as well. We'll be adding a few of my badges and stickers as well. One of the t-shirts I'm actually wearing now, it's the Woodworking Brain, a t-shirt I designed a few weeks ago. Anyway, there we go. Don't forget that we're doing the draw for the competition for the bowl we made last week on Thursday this week. All you have to do to be in with a chance to win it is have left a comment on one of the videos since the last giveaway. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching. Oh, one more thing. I am away next week on holiday, although I am going to still be releasing a video. I'm still working on it, but it will be ready to go out by Tuesday next week. So if I don't comment or reply to your comment in a timely fashion, please excuse me, because I'll be on a beach or in a bar. So anyway, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Thank you. welcome back to the channel. Now before we get started on this, I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone who wished us a happy holiday. We got back at 4 o'clock yesterday. We've got quite a few mosquito bites between us, but we've got more happy memories than we have bites, so that's worked out pretty well. Right, so what we've got here is a wonderful piece of apple burl. It's been sat drying on my window ledge for quite a while, and that has produced quite a few cracks, which is fine because I think most of those are going to be turned away. Now I'm not quite sure what this is going to be. I'm sure the wood will tell us as we're going along, but we'll get it on the lathe and we'll get cracking. Now the majority of the burl on this piece is on the bottom. It's around this area here. So if that was the top, then there's a reasonable chance that would turn the majority of it away. So I'm thinking that this should be the top and the burl will come around the side, and if we end up doing a vase, then you'll be able to see the burl at the bottom. So I think we're going to mount it between centres that way and start working up the sides and see what evolves. Okay, we are very well balanced for a strange piece like this. We can start turning at about 680 RPM. I've got a 1/2 inch ball gouge. Face shield is ready, so we can get started. Okay, oh wow. Wasn't quite sure what to expect underneath that bark, but that is, I've never seen anything like that. That's quite remarkable. Okay, right, let's take this further up. I'm going to take light passes. I don't want to remove too much. We do need to get rid of these cracks, mostly. A few cracks in there I won't mind too much, but let's try and sympathetically progress, but keep on stopping regularly so we don't miss any opportunities, because that is remarkable. Okay, right, those cracks do go in a fair way, don't they? Boy, look at that. Okay, we'll keep on going, see if we can work up the sides a bit more to get rid of some of these cracks. I'm still not sure exactly what this piece is going to be, whether it turns into a hollow form or a bowl or even a bud vase or something like that. I'm not sure yet, but let's keep going. See if we can expose a bit more on this area here to see what's happening underneath. But that is extraordinary. Okay, right, still got a long way to go with these cracks. Whether or not we'll get rid of them all, I'm not quite sure. I'm just starting to close in the tops a little bit, just to explore that shape, to see how it looks. But this really is proving to be quite remarkable. Right, we'll continue on. I'd like to expose a little bit more of this, still work out a few more of these cracks, and we'll keep on taking this over. It may not be in the final design, but again, we're just exploring the shape, exploring the wood, see what comes out. Okay, the cracks are slowly disappearing. That's still very deep. This one, deeper still. So we may not get all of these by turning. So an alternative is going to have to be sought. Whether or not we fill them or leave them, I'm not quite sure yet. But we're starting to clear this wood here and it's leaving this beautiful grain. So we've kind of got two decisions here. Do we leave this fantastic grain and deal with the cracks, or do we try and get rid of more of the cracks with the possibility of losing this grain? Although if we do go a bit deeper, we are going to expose more. I'm pretty sure of that. Right, let's just try and close this a little bit more over the top. See if we can just reduce that one a fraction and see how that looks. Okay, I think it's time to start making some sort of decision as to what we do with this. I think some sort of hollow form is the way to go. Right, let's just create a foot and a tenon on the bottom and then make a final decision. Okay, so that's the foot and the tenon sorted. I think this angle away from the foot needs to be different. I'm not quite sure exactly how yet, whether or not it needs to be like that and then narrow in here. I'm not quite sure. Right, I'm just going to quickly play around with this shape around here until I get something which I think looks nice, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing next. That's better. I still need to go over again, but I need to sharpen up again first. But that's a far nicer shape on that base. It's matching in with this. So I think the next step now is, rather than putting any finishing on it or sanding, is to turn it round, sharpen up again, and then we can start to finalise design and do all the sanding and finishing at the end. I don't think there's an awful lot more I can do without figuring out what I'm going to do on the inside. I love it when I'm halfway through and still not quite sure exactly what we're making. At least we've got a better idea now. Right, I'll get this turned round. Okay, we've turned round. I think we are going to go for some sort of hollow form on this. How much I hollow it out totally depends on how the wood reacts and how brave I'm feeling. With regards to the cracks, I do have some UV resin which I've been dying to try, so this could be a good opportunity to have a go at that. But first of all, I just want to try and close this over a little bit more, get rid of these kind of areas, and then see where we are before we carry on. nearly about there. Right, in order to fill these cracks with resin, you're going to need cleaning up an awful lot of it because there's an awful lot of feathering where the wood has split. So I'm going to get out my Dremel, my little pick tool, and see if we can clean these up a bit, and then we'll figure out how to use UV resin. Okay, all the cracks are cleaned up fairly well, so we're going to get some UV resin and start putting it in. Now this is the 500 gram pack from Let's Resin. It comes with 2 pots, each I presume with 250 grams. Normal safety lid at the start, and then you can swap it over to a small applicator nozzle which is resealable. Now you'll notice that it's black plastic because you don't want daylight shining on these bottles, because daylight, obviously, that big round ball in the sky emits an awful lot of UV. So I've closed the blinds in the workshop and we shall get started. Now, also in here there's a little mixing pot, so I'm going to be mixing quantities in there and then decanting that into these little pots I bought ages ago, but they have a very, very fine nib which will hopefully allow me to finally pour them into these cracks. So that's going to be very useful. I've also got a small UV pen which I'm going to be shining to cure little areas, and then finally I'll go over with my big UV light that we used for the black Locust. Now I've never tried UV resin before, so I'm not entirely certain exactly what to expect, so we'll do it together and we'll see what happens. Now I have read the instructions. I am going to be using a face mask throughout because the gases from the resin can be harmful, or the fumes from the resin. Okay, let's give this a go. Remarkably easy process. I think the next best step, just to make sure everything is as cured as it can be, I'm going to take it off the lathe and just stand this piece up in front of the UV light and then just slowly rotate it for the next 20 minutes or so, just to make sure that everything is as hard as it's going to get. Okay, the UV resin seems to have done its job. Remarkably easy to use. Yes, it was time consuming, but you can see the amount of splits we've had to fill. I use green because, well, it's apple, so it seemed logical really. Right, I've got a 1 1/4 inch force and a bit on here. I'm just going to quickly go in about 5 inches, which is down to about there. Then I'm going to scrape the surface and then start hollowing out. I don't think there's much more to do than that. I am thinking about some sort of edge decoration on here, but we'll think about that more once we've got it coiled out and the sides sorted. putting a larger live centre in this end just to help give us a bit of support while we're scraping the outside and just clearing off all this resin. It's not in there very tight, it's just going to give us a little bit of security. Okay, that's pretty good. I did hit a couple of pockets of resin that were just below the surface, but obviously I'd gone in too deep before trying to cure it. So that's something to learn and remember for next time. Right, what should I do now? I think it's time to start trying to hollow out a little bit. Now, to make life a little bit easier on myself, I'm just going to turn the headstock out so I've got room to get in there. Right, hour and a half later, we've hollowed out. I don't mind saying, I think that's the best I've ever done. I've always wanted to produce a piece where I could see my finger through it, or through the wall anyway, and there it is. Excellent. Right, I'm not going to have a lie down for a while because that took an awful lot out of me. More concentration than anything else, but that was a lot of effort. Right, I'm going to take a quick break and then we'll come back and start sanding, I think. Okay, I'm all recovered from the hollowing. I'm going to quickly sort out this lip and this inner edge, and then I'm going to set up for sanding. As usual, I shall let you watch a bit of it, but then I'll bring you back when it's done. Sanding went okay. Small issues with the green I was using for the dye. It's just stained the surface a little bit and it was a bit of a pain to get off. And there are still a few residues left over. While I was turning, I did contemplate dyeing this whole thing green, but I have fears that you will always kill me if I did that. So we shall not dye it green. If you would prefer that I did dye green, then please leave a comment in the section below. Right, isopropyl, let's clean this off. It really is an incredible looking wood. We are going to have to darken it a little bit with a shellac, but I'm sure it'll still look just as nice. Let's put a sealer on. Okay, I've got a shellac sealer, and again, we're going to be putting it on with a brush. This will darken the lighter areas a little bit, but it will help protect the wood. It doesn't look too bad, does it? I thought it might go a bit darker than that, so I'm pretty happy. I'll try and get some sealer on the inside, but that opening could make it a little problematic. I pour a bit in the hole, and then give it a good stir. Excellent. Right, I'm going to let this sit for a little while to dry off, and then we'll go over the top with probably a full strength shellac, but we'll find out in a second. I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, that's had enough time to dry. I'm just going to go over the top with a boiled linseed oil. This is going to help protect the wood. It is a drying oil, so it will eventually dry nice and hard, but it's going to give us a nice colour on the grain. And it's going to help protect the wood as well, give it a nice lustre. I'm going to apply it in a very similar way like you would a Danish oil. I'm going to wipe it on, give it a chance to sit for 20 minutes and then wipe off excess. And then do that 2 or 3 times over the next few hours. I've already managed to keep some of the moss on there. It matches the resin quite nicely. Okay, right. I'll give this a little while to sit, come back, wipe it down, and repeat the process a few times. Then I'll turn it around, take the tendon off, and I shall bring you back and we shall take a look at the finished article. There we go. An apple burl hollow form. Some of the grain on this piece is really quite unusual. All these dark patterns going through here, that's all heartwood. Same colour as this. So makes you wonder what on earth has happened to this tree for the heartwood to become as distorted as that. It really is quite unusual. Using the UV resin was quite an interesting process. It is fairly straightforward in its application. The mistake I made, I think, was that on some of the deeper areas here, I was pouring the resin in and not curing it properly before putting another layer on. I think I was applying it too thickly, and that's what led to some of it being uncured when I was cutting it back. But apart from that, it's gone pretty well. The slight bit of staining I get from the green, that maybe could have been overcome by applying a sealer to the wood first. But overall, I'm pretty happy. My first proper hollow form. I'm so pleased that that worked. This rim here is really quite thin, so it could have gone spectacularly wrong at any point. If you've got any experience with UV resin and you'd like to share some ideas on how better to use it, then please leave it in the comments before. And if you've not used it before and would like to give it a go, then there's links in my description to where you can get the LET resin from. And there's a few discount codes as well. But apart from that, I think we'll call this a win. And I'm not going to sell this one because with it being my first proper hollow form, I'm going to keep hold of this one. Right, well that's it for this week. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, I would really appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things. And if you can share the video as well, then that would be absolutely amazing. Don't forget, if you do leave a comment, then you are going to be entered into the next giveaway when that comes around. And apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this is potentially one of the nicest pieces of burl elm I have ever seen. It's been waxed on this side, so we don't get a great chance to have a look at the grain yet, but I'm sure as soon as we open this up, it's going to be quite beautiful. Now this was sent to me by a gentleman called Wayne, who sent me a lot of other pieces for free in exchange for turning this one for him. Now I've always made a point that if people send me wood, I always send them back something, because that's only fair. If you're taking the trouble to send me something, then I'm going to take the trouble to send you something back. So we're going to turn this for Wayne in exchange for his unbelievable generosity and see what we can come up with. Now it's an interesting piece of wood. It's quite a big bowl shape, and it would be very, very easy for us to turn it this way and produce quite a nice sized bowl. This bark seems pretty tight on the piece, and I would love to turn a live edge from somewhere in this middle. Now I don't want to miss any opportunities, so I think what I'll do, I'll cut out a circle from this kind of area here, because we're not going to get much out of the lower pieces, just so I can save those and do something else with them. This template I made a couple of weeks ago seems to fit pretty well, so we'll use that. Okay, there we are. There's our blank all nicely cut out. Now just used a forcener bit just to flatten off this top, get rid of some of the bark, so I can put a hole in here and get it onto the worm screw. Right, we're on the lathe nice and safely. We've got tailstock at the start for support. We can initially start turning at about 800 RPM, which is a good healthy speed for this. I've sharpened up my 1/2 inch burl gouge, so we'll begin. We're going to start off by flattening off the base and start working up these sides to try and reveal more of this beautiful burl pattern. Not quite sure on exactly what shape we're going for yet. I'm sure the wood will tell us as we're going along. Okay, that was a good start. We managed to kick the speed up to about 900 RPM by the end of that, so it's going well. We've got two areas where there's not much burl, here and here, but that's okay. As we go a bit further, it may uncover a little bit more, but the rest of the piece certainly makes up for it. Right, we've got flat spots all from the original turning still to uncover, or still to turn away rather. So we'll carry on going up the sides until we get this all perfectly round. good. Let's get it all nice and round, and let's have a look for opportunities for design. That's the lowest place we have there, and that's the highest. By going in, we're not going to change much on that height, so that's not an option really, unless you want to make a smaller piece, but may as well try and make the most out of this wood we can. Okay, so I think that's as far as we want to go in, although we could get a little bit higher. What do we do? I think I'll just take this top over just a little bit more, just to get this side a little bit higher than here and here. Horrible to hollow out, but I like that. We'll deal with that later on. Right, so let's carry this curve on and figure out what sort of base this wants. Okay, I like that shape on the base. We just rounded over this edge. It'll give it a kind of nice squat feeling bowl, but sturdy, low center of gravity. I like that. I think I need to take it a little bit higher up, just so I've got more material to create a nicer foot with. But yeah, I like that. I'll take this a little bit higher, get this, finalize this shape, and then we'll start making the foot and the recess. Beautiful. Right, we've got a nice foot on there now, so we can put a recess in. I just spent a couple of moments there with a freshly sharpened gouge just to clean up this surface, because there was a couple of bits of tear out. But now, luckily, that was all gone. A little bit there, but that's minute compared to what it was like. So we'll put the recess in, and then we can start sanding. Okay, excellent. Right, I'll set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it as usual. I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, sanding went beautifully. Just going to go on now with a bit of isopropyl, just to clean up the grooves, all the pores and all the dust, and to give us a kind of first look at how this burl's going to look with a finish on it. That's quite nice. That is very nice. Let this dry. And we've got a couple of decisions to make. Okay, that's the time to dry, so now's the point where we've got to decide what kind of finish we want on this. Initially I was thinking of doing similar to what we did on the last video, go out with a shellac sealer and then on with a wax finish. But I think this deserves a bit of Danish oil. I think that's going to bring the best out of it. So for now, I'm just going to put a shellac sealer on, and then we'll turn it around, start hollowing out, and we'll put a Danish oil on the whole piece when we finish. The advantage of doing the Danish oil is that we're going to be able to plaster the bark with it, just to protect it and to clean it up a bit. Okay, so I've put plenty of the sealer on, just to protect it while it's being worked on. Okay, all right, I'll let this dry, then I'll bring you back when we've turned it around. Okay, we're all turned around. We can start hollowing this thing out. We've got a reasonable way to go in, so I shall take it nice and easy. We don't want any catches or anything like that, so I'll just take it slow. Turning speed now, we're about 950 RPM. All going well. As you can see, we've taken away the tailstock now. I wonder what that is. Bit of a bark inclusion. Any clues on the outside? A little bit, but not much. Okay, it may get bigger. One other one there as well. Okay, right. I'll carry on going. In a second, I may need to turn the headstock out so I can get into it better. But we'll keep on going in this orientation for as long as we can. Progress is going very well. I think I've defined the final width of the piece there. I don't necessarily want to go any thinner than that, otherwise we're going to start to lose the bark on this side. So that's good. Right, just carry on going down. Got about another 3/4 of an inch to come down, I think. Okay, it's going really well. I'm just going to quickly get in with a scraper to sort out a little bit of these edges and the base. I've got quite a big bark inclusion there. There's not much of a sign of it on the bottom. It's quite strange. Right. Hopefully that will do it. Yes, that will do it. Right, okay, I'll set up for sanding again. I'll let you watch a bit of it. I shall bring you back when we're done. Sanding was fun. This bark inclusion in there really is quite big. So wipe off the excess dust with a bit of isopropyl. And let this dry and put on a coat of sanding sealer. Then you can set up ready for the final finish. Okay, that's all nicely dry. So again, good healthy coating of the shellac sanding sealer. Okay, we'll let this dry and then we'll come back and put the Danish oil on. Okay, we're all ready to put on the Danish oil. Alright, if you've used Danish oil before, then you don't need to listen to the next bit, but if you haven't, then there are a few safety things that you need to bear in mind. First of all, Danish oil is a drying oil, and as it dries, it gets hot. And if you use cloths or brushes, anything to put it on, there is a chance that those materials used can burst into flames. So whatever you use, make sure that you clean it or place it somewhere to dry, or it's not got a chance of setting fire to anything else. Right, so with that said, we can start applying. Okay, the best way to apply Danish oil is thinly and then build up layers as you go along. I'm just going to brush this on so we can get into all the nooks and crannies. Okay, nearly there. Now check the Danish oil you're using to see how long it takes to dry up until you can put on a second coat. This one I use from Liberons. It takes about 6 or 7 hours, but they can take up to a day. You don't want to put the second coat on too early because the surface can start to become sticky. Right, so the next step now is to leave this for about 20 minutes. Then I'll come back and wipe off the excess. And then I'll keep on repeating that process until we get a nice finish. You don't have to wait that long. I'll bring it back as soon as we're done. Well, there we go. A rather beautiful Burl Elm bowl. This is part of a wonderful box of wood sent to me by a gentleman called Wayne, who all he asked in return was to perhaps turn one of the pieces for him. So this is for Wayne. This will be sent back to you, and thank you so much indeed for your generosity. It really is greatly, greatly appreciated. There's some wonderful pieces that you've sent through, and they are all going to be used. And most of them, I'm sure, will be seen to everybody else as well. So anyway, so there we go. I hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have, I would really appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things. And if you could share the video as well, then that would be absolutely amazing. Don't forget, if you do leave a comment on any of the videos, you are going to be entered into the giveaway the next time we do one. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this is a rather nice Australian Mallee Burl, and it is part of what can be described as the largest delivery of Australian burls ever to hit the UK shore. A good friend of mine, Adam at Yandles, gave me a call to say that they just had this enormous delivery and do I want any? which is very naughty of him because he knows I'm going to say yes. So he sent me photographs of a large selection, and I chose one and more. I chose that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. I now have 6 Mallee Burl, but we can only turn one today. Okay, so this is the piece that we're going to turn today. It's a little unbalanced. We've got a lot thicker area here than we have here, and it's that shape that I'm wanting to try and enhance in the piece that we're going to make. Rather than looking for the center and turning from there, I'm going to put the center slightly to one side and create almost kind of like an egg-shaped piece. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly how it's going to work or how it will look at the end, but we shall get it on lathe and get started. Okay, we're nice and safely on the lathe. Tailstock support at the start. We can start turning at about 650 RPM, setting off with a 1/2 inch bowl gouge. Now, because this is going to be off center, I do need a bit of weight in the base just to make sure that it's nice and stable when it's finished. Face mask and face shield on, and we'll get started. Okay, that's a pretty good start. I've just started to create a foot, just so I can see how far I've got to go in to make it a viable place to be able to hold when we turn this round. Now, one thing I have to be very, very careful of is because when we hollow this out, because this side is obviously closer to the center than this side, this is going to end up lower. So I have to make sure that I leave room on this side to hollow out, otherwise one end or the other is going to end up too thin. I'm trying to get my brain around exactly what's going to happen when I start to hollow this out, but my brain hasn't quite figured it out yet, so I'm going to keep on going with caution. I'll just go up on this side about 1/2 inch, I think, and see what that does to the profile. Okay, look at that. The heartwood's starting to come through, and it is just as beautiful as I remember from the last time I turned it. I think we're at a stage where if we go too much further, then we're going to start running the risk of destroying the profile of this piece when we hollow it out. So I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to quickly make a recess in so we can hold it when we turn around. There's plenty of wood here to hold it. The one thing about Mallee is that it's an incredibly hard wood, very, very stable, so creating a recess here, even despite these Ghana gaps, isn't going to be a problem. So I'll just do a couple of short passes on here, just to get rid of a couple of these tool marks. I may use a scraper on there, and then we'll put a recess in. Okay, that should do nicely. I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I'll bring you back when we're done. Okay, sanding went well, so I'm just going to wipe it down with a bit of isopropyl alcohol just to clean out the pores in the wood and get a first look at this grain. It's really quite special. Alright, we'll just let this dry. Okay, that's had a good chance to dry, so I'm just going to go over with a shellac sealer. I'm using a brush to apply this so we can get it onto the bark as well. The bark will probably need a second coat and third coat, but we can do that when we turn it round and have hollowed out the other side. Of course, when I say bark, I mean the burl edges. Okay, once again, we'll let this dry, then we'll come back and apply an abrasive paste, I think. Okay, that's all nice and dry, so I'll go on with an abrasive paste. This will help bring the finish up to an equivalent of about 1,000 grit. Obviously I can't hold my cloth on these wings as it's spinning, so we'll lock it off at the end and do those manually. If you like seeing wood like this turned, then if you're new to the channel, then don't forget to hit that subscribe button, because we have many more things like this to come. I've got another 5 pieces of this for a start. Right, let's buff this in. And as usual, we'll clean off excess abrasive paste with a bit of isopropyl. This is looking amazing. Let that dry. Okay, that's a good chance to dry, so now we're going to do the same thing again, but this time with a shellac finish. It's very, very similar to the sealer we put on. It's just a higher proportion of shellac in the actual mix. This will give us a nice protective layer on it and good protection for the wood. It's also food safe as well. If you didn't know that shellac was food safe, then if you've ever eaten sweets like Smarties, then you know that's how they make them shiny. They have a layer of shellac on them. When this coat dries, I'll go over again with a bit more abrasive paste and then put a second coat on. But you don't have to wait for that. I'll bring you back when we've turned it around and we can start on the other side. Okay, we've turned round. We've got tailstock again for support. I'm going to start turning this time at about 750 RPM. I would like to get a bit quicker than that by the end, but we'll leave it like that for now. I'm going to start hollowing out the centre first and then start working my way to the edges. I'm still going to leave plenty of meat on here so it doesn't distort, but I need to see how it's changing shape gradually so I can get the edges right, because I'm not exactly 100% certain how this is going to look. stop fairly early just to get an idea of what's happening. We're nearly at the edges here. Obviously still a long way from it here. Now then. I think from here to here, I'll start taking shallower and shallower cuts. Because I don't want to keep on going deep, otherwise I'm going to go through the base. So it'll be shallower and then go into a more of a curve into the center. That sounds about right. It's a very interesting cutting. You have to keep your body very, very high above it so you can see both sides of this wing area, just so you can watch that blade go in and make sure you're not going too thin. But that is lovely. That is really starting to look nice. I haven't quite touched that bit there yet, but that's going to be the next port of call. So just a bit further on here. Once I've got all this being cut, then I can start refining the shape and going thinner if I need to. But from what I can see from this side, if I go too deep here, then we are going to start getting holes on this side. It may happen. I may not be able to avoid it, but we'll see what happens. There you go. Start to see the first evidence of one hole going through. It's on the edge, so it's not so bad. But it's painfully thin. I really can't go any thinner than that, so I'm going to leave this alone. Just take this cut in and then start hollowing the rest. That really is quite beautiful. We'll call that a happy accident. Or a lucky accident. Can you have a lucky accident? I don't know. Okay, oh, hello. We have another perforation up here. Right, we may get another one or two of those before we're ended. Right, I've started to go a bit deeper in here, but I've got to put a blend in between these two to get that to curve nicely. I think I'm going to sharpen up again before I start that. This is going to look so nice when it's finished. This grain is just amazing. Okay, I've just sharpened up again. I'm just going to put a white line on here where I need to bring that edge further down. That's where my cut's going to start. I'm putting a white line on because when this is spinning around, it's mostly a blur. It's very hard to see exactly where you're cutting. Hopefully I should be able to see that. Okay, that's got rid of that problem, which is good. Right, so I'll just quickly take out the remainder of the centre, and then we can get on to the fun sanding. Okay, I think we can call that a complete success. We've got a nice gradual curve into this piece now, which is beautiful, which I really, really like. We do have this little piece here which is hanging on by a thread, so I'm going to have to remove that at some point because it won't withstand sanding or anything else. So I think I'll just do a couple of quick passes around this area here with the scraper, and then we can start sanding. One thing with Mallee burls, where these swirl patterns are, you get lots of little dips. It looks like tear out, but it's not, it's just part of the grain pattern. Okay, right, I think that, oh, it's still there. How are you hanging on? Right, you're coming off, I'm sorry. Right, I think that's about as good as we're going to get that. So I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, but then I shall bring you back when it's done. It certainly took a while, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be worth it. Just going again with isopropyl just to get any dust out of the grain and give us a first look at how this is going to look when it's finished. Wow. You can see why I bought 6 now. Mallee burl is just one of the most beautiful woods that you can buy. Such a depth of pattern in the grain. Right, I'll let this dry and we'll come back and put a sealer on. Okay, that's all dry. I'm going to go on with a sealer. I'm not going to brush it on this time because I don't want to run the risk of getting runs down the back. It really is mesmerising. Okay, I'll let this dry. Okay, that's all nice and dry. So on again with the abrasive paste. We're going to use the same method as we did before. I'll do the centre with it spinning and then lock it off and do the wings manually. Okay, again, wiping off any excess grit with isopropyl alcohol. Okay, I'm going to put one coat of shellac over the top. And I'll buff it back again, and I'll go back over the whole piece with a wax as well, just to give a slightly harder, longer lasting finish. Okay, I'll just let this dry. Okay, that's nice and dry again. So, final coat of my favourite homemade wax. I'll do this front and back, block it off and buff it over by hand. Okay, I'll do the back and then I'll bring you back and we'll take a look at what we've done. And there we go, an Australian burl from the Mallee tree. Live edge, finished with shellac and wax. I really do love this wood. When I was editing, I was looking at a few stills of this piece, and it almost looks like an island with a sea going around. It's like an old map. I wonder one day if I could dye the outside blue. Do you think people would kill me for that? Possibly. I'll leave some high-res images at the end of the video, and I'll put some on the usual social media pages as well. Having it off-center really works, I think, with this. It gave us a nice overall shape. I was right in the fact that this end will be lower down than this end at the end. It's nice and balanced, there's no chance of it tipping over. It just kind of works. I can't believe I've got another 5 pieces of this yet to turn. If you've got any suggestions of what I can do with the rest of them, then please leave them in the comments below. If you fancy having a go at a Mallee Burl, then get in touch with the handles. I know they do have a few on their website, but they have an awful lot in stock. They've got 5 tons of this in stock. So if you have a particular price point or something in mind, then give them a call. I know they've got pieces starting from under £10. So something there for everyone's budget. This one I think was about £30. So it gives you an idea. If you've enjoyed this video, and I sincerely hope you have, then please feel free to hit the like and the subscribe button. If you leave a comment as well, for example, what I can do with the other 5 pieces, then you are going to be entered into the giveaway the next time we do one. Apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now this is a rather magnificent Mallee Burl. It's one of the 6 pieces I bought from Yandles a few weeks ago, and I'm thinking of producing some sort of natural edge bowl with this one. The other pieces I've done, I've generally worked at in that orientation, keeping this as this kind of shape going on. But this time we're going to turn it over and use some of these beautiful spikes on the top to give us a wonderful natural edge. First thing we've got to do is get a template on, over to the bandsaw, cut it out, and then we can get started. Now we've got some higher spots on here and some lower ones. I want to try and get as much variation as I can into this bowl. So I'll put the edge of this curve over these 2 peaks here, so we can make sure that they're going to be part of the final piece. Okay, here's our blank all nicely cut out. It's revealed some amazing grain around the side, so I'm really quite excited about getting this one started. But next, we've got to try and get it onto the lathe. Now, it's going to be sat in that orientation, so I would like to use a worm screw or something like that. So I need to flatten this area around here, and I'll do that with a Forstner bit. Okay, we're on the lathe. I have tilted it a little bit out this side. These are the higher peaks and these are the lower. By tilting one side more than the other, we can get less of a discrepancy in the heights between the top of this piece. So first job is to get this nice and flat across the base, and then we can start working up the side. Face shield on, 1/2-inch bowl gouge is all nicely sharpened, and we shall start at about 780 RPM. Okay, our base is nearly flat. We've got a few bits of work to do on it still, but I think we're okay now to start working up this edge. We need to get right up to this top peaks here and here. We'll be taking it slowly. I'll stop 2 or 3 times just to see how this shape around here is emerging. And if any opportunities arise, we'll stop and discuss them. Okay, it's going well. We haven't quite got to the top of these two peaks yet. A little voice in my head is telling me to do a fairly straight-sided piece as opposed to a curve. Not sure I agree with it, but I'll explore that for a little bit. Okay, so we've turned around those two peaks, and I have kept a relatively straightish side. And I've got to decide if I like that or not. This is the main thing which is putting me off. All this round here is, it's nice, and this grain in here it's revealed is just beautiful. I like it, but I would like to see this a little bit higher. So I think I'm just going to go in a little bit, probably about 1/4 of an inch, just to raise these up, and also try and get this heartwood a bit further around here. But so far I'm not completely adverse to this high-sided idea. Okay, let's see how that looks. Got it higher. Still not quite got this heartwood coming through. Started to do a little bit at the bottom. Okay, I think I'm going to go with it, but I am going to put a small chamfer on this bottom. Otherwise it'll just look like a pork pie. Small chamfer into a base and then a recess. Okay, right, little chamfer, base. Okay, I can live with that, certainly. Right, I'm going to put a recess in, and then I think we'll be okay to start sanding. Okay, that'll do that. I shall set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, sanding went beautifully. All was well. So I'm just going to put on a bit of isopropyl alcohol just to clean out the dust from the grooves. It'll give us the first look at how this grain's going to look when it's finished. I don't think I need to say anything, do I? Mallee Burl just never lets you down. Every single square inch is just amazing. I must admit, this is a particularly nice one. Right, we'll let this dry and then I'll come back on with, not sure. Okay, that's all nice and dry. Now I'm going to go straight on with an abrasive paste. Two reasons. Firstly, the last time I put a shellac sealer on a Mallee Burl, it looked fine, absolutely fine, but it does darken the sapwood a little bit more than I normally would like. So I'm going to avoid that in this case. Go straight on with an abrasive paste. Now this does have oils and stuff in it, so it will protect the wood. It'll also help us bring it to a wonderfully smooth finish. This is an experimental abrasive paste. We are getting closer to having a final recipe that we're happy with, and we're hoping to launch at some point, either late this year or early next. Okay, right, I'm going to buff this in the same way I did on my last piece, with a pad on a drill. Because there's gaps, it's going to be easier to get it up to full speed and have some sort of effect. I am going to be using a face shield because this stuff has a chance to spatter off and I don't want it in my eyes. I don't mean to brag or anything, but boy, that's done a good job. Right, I'll just give that a wipe over with isopropyl. Okay, now I'm not going to put a final finish on this yet, so I want to leave some options open, so we'll turn this around and start hollowing out. Okay, we've turned around and we're ready to start hollowing. Now, Mallee Burl is an incredibly hard wood, and as you can see, we've got a very uneven surface, so going across there with a bowl gouge or anything like that is going to cause an awful lot of vibrations. So initially, I'm going to go in with a Forstner bit, a couple of inches, maybe 3, and then we'll start working out with either pull cuts with the bowl gouge or with a hollowing tool. I think that's going to be the safest way to progress with this piece. Wonderful. Right, I shall get set up. We'll start hollowing. It's going well. Really hard to get past these knobbly bits because they are like an absolute rock. I'm wanting to extend this out by about another ½ an inch. I think then we'll be there and ready to go all the rest of the way in. Okay, it's going well. I just wanted to have a quick look at this thickness on the edge. I think we're just about there on the thickness. Maybe got a little bit thinner, but I'll leave it as it is for now and just start carrying on in. Okay, that's doing a pretty good job. We'll get in now, I think, with some scraping tools, just to sort out this edge and flatten off this base. We've virtually got a flat bottom, so I want the bottom of the inside to be completely flat as well. Okay, I am more than happy with that. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding again. Let you watch some of it, and I shall bring you back when it's done. Okay, we're all finished. Sanded up to 400. Really an awkward shape to sand. These kind of steep corners are very, very difficult to get into. Normally you'd get in there with your hand. I did it a couple of times, but having an uneven surface, you're really not supposed to put your hand in there or anywhere near it. So don't do what I do, kids. I apologise for poor behaviour. Bit of isopropyl. It was all worth it though, wasn't it? Just to clean up the grain. I'll let this dry, then come back with the abrasive paste. Okay, that's a nice amount of time to dry. So I'll go back in with the abrasive paste. I'm going to put a fair amount on because I want the mop on the end of the drill to be saturated with it. So I'm going to use that to go over these bark areas. Sorry, the burl areas on the edges. It may tear it to shreds, but they're not that expensive, and I think if it works, it'll be worthwhile. Okay, face shield back on. It's left more sponge in there than I would have liked. There we go. But that's fine. Right, I'll wipe this off with isopropyl. I'll give it a quick blow off first though. That method of applying the abrasive paste is, it really works. It's an idea I had a little while ago. And you could practically leave that as a finish. It really is that good. Right, let's let this dry, and I think we'll go on with a hard wax. Okay, I'm just putting on a homemade Carrageenan wax. This is just suspended in mineral oil, perfectly food safe, and it should give us a nice polish. We haven't done the outside yet, so we'll be doing that as well at the same time. Okay, I'm going to go back on again with a sponge, obviously a clean one. Okay, I'm going to clean up and then I'll bring you back and we'll take a look at what we've done. Well, there we go. A very pretty Mallee Burl bowl. I do love the shape that all these different heights have given us on the piece. It does make it very interesting. And the grain in the base of this bowl is just absolutely unbelievable. I'll just get a little bit of a close-up on that camera there. It's just, you can kind of lose yourself just looking at it and looking. In terms of the design, you know, occasionally I get these little voices in my head, and the voice said, you know, flat sides, nice steep inner rim. I thought, well, you know, we'll give it a go. I'm quite happy with it. It really is incredibly hard to sand into these corners, especially with such a hard wood as Mallee. But it came out all right. I'm pretty happy with the results. It's the grain pattern of this bowl which just makes it so unbelievable. As I said before, there's not a single inch on this bowl which isn't absolutely beautiful. The grain pattern everywhere is just stunning. And I've still got 4 more pieces of this to turn. We're going to have to think of something even more exciting for the next one. Something that makes the most of this incredible pattern. Anyway, there we go. I hope you've enjoyed the video this week. If you have, I would really appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things. And if you could share it as well, then that would be absolutely amazing. Feel free to let me know what you think of the shape of this bowl. And if you do leave a comment, don't forget that you are going to be entered into the giveaway the next time we do one. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Now this is one of the 6 pieces of Mallee Burl I bought a few weeks ago, and we're producing a series of videos on these, doing different things each time. Now the first one I turned, I made the comment that this outline, when it was turned, looked like an island, and maybe I should have painted the sapwood like a bluey colour to make it accentuate more. That raised a few eyebrows, but I promise you we are not going to do it this time. But what we are going to do is try and enhance this feeling of being an island shape. My idea, if it works, is to sit it in this resin mould like that, and then surround it with blue resin, clear resin, to give that feeling of an ocean round it. It's going to be turned the other way up, so this will be the base. Now to make this a little bit more interesting, I've noticed that this mould is shallower than the depth of this Mallee Burl. So I'm going to put this through the bandsaw and take a slice through here, hopefully releasing a few of these bits on the top, which I can place round the edge to look like smaller islands. So first things first, we'll take this over to the bandsaw, see if we can cut off a little slice and take it from there. Okay, so that's our original piece, and this is what we've cut off. Now, I was hoping to get more separate pieces than this, so I'm going to have to adapt my idea slightly. What I'm thinking of doing is just pushing this slightly off center and just inscribing a line on the base of this underneath here, and then that gives a small offshoot island that we can sit in the edge somewhere around there. And we might do another one as well. There we go. I'll just cut that out. Okay, that's given us a nice island to that side. Anything else on here I can do the same with. I think I'll take this bit here to go in there, and then if there's enough, probably this bit here as well to come around one of the other sides. Now, as I'm turning the bowl in the top, which is going to be the other side of this, then we may lose some of these extremities, but we may not. We'll have to see. Okay, we're about ready to start, so I'm just going to position these how I want them, and then we're going to hot glue in the smaller pieces. I don't need to hot glue this one initially because the first pour of resin isn't going to be deep enough to make this float, so we don't have to worry there. So I wish I could see how these look from the other side, but I can't, so we're just going to have to guess. Right, I think that'll do it. Right, so we'll start with this one. Okay, right, that's everything in place. We'll give them a little time to set and then we'll mix up some resin. Okay, we're all about ready to start. I've got 2 pots here and I'm going to make up 400 millilitres of resin in each. We're going to be using the Let's Resin cast-in resin. We don't need deep pour for this because each pour is only going to be about 1 centimetre deep, I hope. Right, so we'll mix up these. Okay, now in terms of colours, I'm going to try and mimic the ocean by mixing a few drops of sapphire blue and peacock blue together. I'm going to go small amounts first, just a couple, maybe 3 drops of each one in each one, and then we'll mix. If it comes out too weak, then we can always add more. Okay, what do we think of the colour? I think it's a little light, so I'm going to try 2 more drops of each one in each one again. It's easy to make it darker, it's not easier to make it lighter. Okay, I think that's slightly more successful. I'm just going to let these sit for a little while I quickly level the mould, and then we'll start pouring. Okay, we're all nice and level. I think we're about ready to pour. Now initially I'm just going to put in 1 of the 2, and if I feel it's too light, I'll add a bit more colour to the second one and make sure they're mixed when they're actually in the mould itself. Okay, let's see how that does. I think it's nearly there, but I think it is a little bit too light. So I've just added a few more drops into this second one, and we'll mix them in together. Now I think that is about as deep as I want to go with this lot. So I'm going to put this into a mould and use it for a different project. Okay, we're going to let this harden, and then when it's done, we'll come in with a different colour, slightly deeper, and then pour hopefully the same amount in again. Okay, the first pouring has a chance to dry, so now we have mixed another batch up, the same amount again. We've darkened it a little bit more this time, so we'll get this in, and then leave this one to dry. God, 1 at a time, I think. Okay, once again, we'll leave this to dry and then come back and add another one. Okay, we're all dry again and we can go for the third pour. I think this is going to be the last one. Okay, that's in. I did just initially think about mixing up one last lot to go in, but I don't think it's necessary. Once I've turned this into a bowl shape, a lot of this will be turned away, so there's no point in adding any more resin, which will probably just get turned away anyway. There we go, all cured and all ready. Now we'll just get this out. I thought this would be easier. There we go. Right, I have used this mould quite a few times and I think it's getting towards the end of its life. Right, so let's see what we've got. Oh wow. I think that is a basis for something really quite nice. Now, there are a fair few bubbles in this resin, which it is a shame, but it's completely unavoidable. I don't have a vacuum chamber and my pressure pot certainly isn't big enough to fit this in, so I think we've done pretty well. You can certainly see all the way through the resin, which is good. So I think what we'll do, we're going to use a worm screw on this side to mount it on the lathe, and we can get started. Okay, we're on the lathe, we're nice and safe. Tailstock obviously for support. First few jobs, we've got to get this perfectly round. I did a reasonable job positioning it in the centre, but it is still a little bit off, so we'll sort out that. We need to flatten off the base, and then we can start figuring out what kind of shape we want this. Now, because we're turning resin, I am going to be using a mask and a face shield, a high impact face shield, and we are going to be starting to turn at about 700 RPM. Okay, we've got this nice and round. We've started to flatten off the base. I've left this area here just to give me a few options. I'm starting to think about the design of this piece. It may all get flattened off yet, but I'm not quite sure. So anyway, we've left that there just in case I wanted that as a foot. Now I want this piece to be fairly substantial. We've used an awful lot of resin in here, so the last thing I want to do is to start turning it away. But we do need to expose what wood we can underneath. As you can see, we've got a few of these islands, or the reverse side of the islands, poking through the resin, which I really do like. So I'm going to start putting a curve in here, going up to about 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch up the side, and see how that looks. I'm not going to rush this. This is a big old piece of material, so we'll keep the speed high, keep ourselves very, very safe, and take it slowly. Okay, it's all going well. I'm taking it nice and easily. I'm using the carbide cutter from Record Power. This is the one with the new Pro Comfort handle. It comes in the new Pro Comfort bold turning kit, and it's doing really, really well. It's brutally sharp, and it's peeling away this resin very, very easily. You have to be careful that you don't get it into the piece too deep, because it will create splinters, and that's not what you're trying to do with resin. You're just trying to scrape it back. So that's going well. I think I'm just going to quickly have a go with a gouge and see if I can start working a few push cuts in towards the center, see how much material that removes, because now we're getting to a point where we're removing wood and resin together. Okay, progress is going very well. I'm managing to keep on top with the vast amounts of stringy resin around the place. Behind the camera is a complete and utter mess. It looks like something from a Halloween festival. We've got a nice curve going on here now. Like I said before, I'm not going to remove an awful lot of material from this because I want it to stay a really nice, robust piece which looks imposing in a room. I'm liking that curve. I'm just going to accentuate it a little bit more. And I think I might just leave this as a foot. It's in a nice position, it's a nice shape. That dip in there as well, I really like that effect. So accentuate this curve a little bit more. Work on the edge just so it blends it in. I might just put a small radius on there so it blends nicely into that curve. And then put the recess in and start sanding. Well, so far, so very good. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to create a recess in here for when we turn it around, and then we'll start sanding. Right, I'm going to go and have my lunch, and then when we get back, we shall start sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back at the end. Okay, sanding is all done. Took about half an hour. And we're just going to clean it off now with a bit of isopropyl alcohol. This will just get all the loose sawdust and dust out the grains. And then we can start to finish it, or this side anyway. It's quite nice, isn't it? Can't wait to see this finished. Now there are, so we only sanded up to 400. And there are still some scratches on the surface, so we're going to go on with an abrasive paste, 2 lots, And that should take us hopefully to a finish well above 1,000 grit. Just let this dry. Okay, the first abrasive paste we're going on is experimental paste 2.2. So Dean, let's see how good this one is. Okay, I'm going to wear eye protection while I'm putting this on, because the last thing I want is some abrasive paste in my eyes. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Right, I shall wipe off any excess again with isopropyl. It's made a heck of a difference, hasn't it? It's a huge difference. Right, we'll let this dry and then I'm going to go on with a superfine abrasive paste. Okay, that's all dry. So now on with the ultrafine experimental paste 1.8. Okay, same procedure, eye protection on, and I'll rub this in. Okay, I'm going to turn this round and see if we can do the same to the other side. Okay, we're all turned round, and we've got to look at a couple of potential problems. Now we've got the end of this bit of the burl here, which is, I would say, about 1/3 of an inch deep in the resin there, and I really want to make sure that all of the island is on the surface. Okay, so we have to take in first of all the lip down that much, which means, as I mentioned earlier on, there is always a potential that these thinner areas of the island, we could lose them. But it was always going to be a risk, so we're going to have to face that, unfortunately. So I'm going to start off, we're going to flatten off this surface to get everything uncovered from the resin, and then we'll start hollowing out. Okay, we're just about starting to uncover the first part of that island. I've been taking it in here without touching the rest, and just until we hit it. And you can see already that we've only got like a small chain of islands, but I'm fairly certain that as soon as we flatten this off now, a lot of these are going to disappear, which is a shame, but it was always a risk. But at least we will have some of the others that will stay. Okay, right, now we know what level we need to be at, we can flatten the rest. Okay, that's flat now, so what islands are left should hopefully stay. I quite like that. I would love them to have been a bit bigger, but it wasn't to be, so we shall just be grateful for what we've got. Right, now if I was to hollow out to the edge, as I think I was thinking about at the start, a lot more of these islands will go. So I think I'll start the bowl from around this area here. Probably halfway through this island, about there. Okay, we'll start hollowing out. One is going on nicely. A nice bit of sea opening up there. Still need to come a little bit wider. Just don't want to lose too much of the central island. That's where the lip is at the moment, but it is, I think that is too wide in that area, so I think where that is there, that's where I want the lip of the bowl to be. I think that's going to give us the most out of this piece we can. We're definitely going to keep these little islands here. We may lose that little one, but another one may appear. Who knows? Okay, excellent. All right, not going to go any further than that on the outside. We've managed to keep this edge here, which I am happy with. So all's well. Right, okay, we're going to take the tail stuck away now, get rid of this centre bit, do some final cuts, and then we can sand again. Yay! I do like some sanding. I think that will do that. I shall set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it. I shall bring you back when it's all done. Okay, we're all done. Nice purple alcohol just to clean out all the dust on the piece. And so I'll first look at this beautiful Mallee, this beautiful burl, surrounded by sea. Right, we'll let this dry and then we'll do the same again with the abrasive paste. Okay, that's all nice and dry, so we'll go back on again with our experimental abrasive paste. Okay, right, we'll rub this in as before, face shield on. Okay, that's looking absolutely amazing. Right, we'll clean it off with isopropyl. Again, we'll let this dry. Okay, that's nice and dry, so we're going to go on again with the superfine. To give it a quick clean again, and then we'll find a polish to put on it. Okay, we'll go on with the final polish. This is beeswax, carrageenan wax, microcrystalline wax, all in linseed oil. We'll do the back as well because we didn't do the back before. Okay, we'll buff this in. Okay, I'm going to have a quick tidy up and then we'll take a look at what we've done. Well, there we go. The Mallee Burl and Resin Island Bowl. Or platter, whatever you want to call it. I had a few ideas what this would look like at the end, but it has certainly exceeded expectations. I would have loved to have kept a few more islands around the edge, but what we've got probably looks even more natural. We've got a nice sprinkling of islands around the edge. We've got a few around the edge of the island as well. If you look carefully, we've also got a couple of inland lakes as well. I think it's really worked quite well. Now I poured 3 different colours and I don't think it was necessary. I think just one colour would have sufficed. You can see the definition between 2 of them on the edge there. The 3rd colour seems to have disappeared entirely. But this is what happens when you experiment. You learn things and you know better for next time. If I was to do it again, I think I would make it smaller so I could get it into my resin chamber, or buy a vacuum chamber as well to degas the resin before I poured it. There are quite a few bubbles in there, but I guess you can say that there's bubbles in the sea anyway, so I'm not too disappointed. Anyway, I'd love to hear what you think about it in the comments. Now last week I mentioned that I was putting a few items on eBay and those sales are going pretty well, so I've decided to put a few more on. This week we are putting on the Black Locust Burl Bowl we made about 5 months ago. We're also putting on the 2 natural edge bowls we put on. These were both turned from the same branch. It was kind of in that orientation originally. We've turned them the different way up to see how it would look. So they're both going on. And finally, probably one of my favourite pieces of wood. This is a highly figured maple bowl that we made about 8 months ago, and the wood in this is just absolutely unbelievable. This was the piece of wood I got from a luthier, somebody who makes guitars, and I think this piece of wood was initially intended to make a guitar body or something like that. So anyway, there we go. They'll be on eBay when this video goes out, and links to those will be in the descriptions below. But if you've enjoyed this, I would really appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things. And if you leave a comment as well, then we are going to be entered into the giveaway when we get to 40,000 subscribers. And that is getting very, very close. We do have some prizes come in as well from other people, so stay tuned and I'll let you know what they are next week. But apart from that, thank you very much indeed for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now today's the day we are going to create the 40,000 subscriber giveaway piece. Now this is a brown parcel. I got this delivered just before the start of the summer, and I've been waiting for a very special occasion to do something with it because it cost an awful lot of money. This is the singular most expensive piece of wood I have ever bought, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to make something out of it and give it to one of you guys. So I think it's about time that we open it up and take a look at what's inside. It's at this point I realise that I hope they've sent the right piece of wood. Isn't that amazing? The cameras probably don't do this justice, but this wood has the most unbelievable grain pattern I have ever seen in my entire life. And you know what? It was grown in England. This is not some African or South American rare exotic hardwood. This wood was grown on the streets of London, and was cut down when the tree became rotten. The wood itself is a wood called London Plane. Now, a lot of you will have heard of this wood before. It's sometimes called lacewood, although it is not a proper lacewood. It's called lacewood because when it's cut in a quarter sawn fashion, it has a wonderful kind of stripy, mottled effect to the grain. The tree itself is a hybrid. It's a cross between a Japanese plane and an American sycamore. Nobody knows exactly when the mating happened, as it were, but the resulting wood is really quite amazing. So this is what we're going to use. Now, this is the first time I've seen it since I bought it. So if you're going to give me a couple of seconds, I'm going to try and figure out what I want to do with it. Okay, I've had a good look at this. Now, there isn't really a bad piece on it. These lighter areas on this side do feel a little bit soft. This is definitely the choice area, so I'm going to take a square section off the end of here, to cut it round, and then we'll get it on the lathe. But I do know, or I have a very good idea of what we're going to make. Okay, there's our blank nicely cut. I obviously am going to keep the offcuts to make something with, because this wood is too nice and far too expensive to waste. So we know where our centre is, so I'm going to drill an 8mm hole in there and put it on to our worm screw. Okay, we're nice and safely on the lathe. We're using tailstock at the start to keep us nice and safe. Now, just initially I want to start flattening off the base and cleaning up a bit of the wood on the sides just to make sure there's no hidden surprises in there. And I'm not going to tell you exactly what we're making yet, but I will tell you in a little while. Okay, I'm going to start turning at about 900 RPM. Mask and face shield will be on, and we'll start off with a 1/2 inch ball gouge. There we go. There's a couple of little shakes on this side. Nothing dramatic. Oh, this is going to be amazing. The base is all good. A couple of little knot areas there, but again, nothing for us to even consider as a problem at this stage. Now I'm going to start creating a foot area and start working up these sides to about there, I think. All may become clear soon. Okay, I've started to take up this side. Now I've got a shape in mind that I want this to be. I'm just trying to work through my head how to make it. It's not like anything I've ever created before, so it may take a little while just to get the thoughts solidified. What I'm trying to create is a sloping top to here, but then in almost like an overhang. So the bottom of this bowl it's not that it's going to be a bowl. So the bottom of this piece will come up probably around to about there, and then come back out to meet this overhang. I think what I've got to do is start going in here and then match it with that curve from there. Right, I'm going to quickly put this in, see how it looks. This is still very early days. I've just got a vision in my head, and I don't know if it's going to look okay or anything else yet. So let's just put this little bit in here. That's not going to do us too much damage if I decide I don't like it. Okay, that's got that first dip in there which I wanted. Now the next stage here, I think, is to take this curve nice and smoothly into that recess that we've put in. I'm going to switch over to my 3/8 inch gouge to do this with, and we're using the new Pro Comfort one with the hybrid grind. I think this is going to give me enough control to make some very fine cuts in there. I do like that. It's not like anything I've ever done before, but I like it. I think I just need to soften that curve a little bit on there. I can just see a little bit of a ridge, which will pick up the highlights of the light, and I don't want that, so I'll just refine that. But this angle and that little bit of detail there on that rim is nice, and I think that's a good starting for what we're wanting to make. Not that you really know yet, but you'll get the idea soon. Okay, that's a good start. We've got that curve nicely as I want it. I've just refined that bit of detail between these two curves as well. I think that's going to be a nice touch. We've still got these little shakes in the wood, but I'm just going to leave them. This is the most amazing piece of wood I've ever seen in my entire life, and I am not going to do anything artificial to this whatsoever. I'm not going to fill it, I'm not going to colour it resin or anything. It's just exactly as it is. Okay, this is pretty much all we're going to do for the base. So I'm going to put a recess in, and then we can start sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I shall bring you back when it's all done. Okay, sanding went beautifully. I've just zoomed in on the camera a little bit just so hopefully we can get a good look at this as soon as we put on the isopropyl alcohol, because this is when we get the first chance to see how this grain is going to look with a finish on it. Look at that. Just let this dry, and then we'll come back with a sealer, I think. Okay, that's had a chance to dry, so we're just going to go on with a shellac sealer. I'm going to use a brush to apply this, just so I can make sure I can get in all the little ridges and details that we've put in. Okay, I'm going to give this a little chance to dry. If I think it needs a second coat, I'll put that on, and then I'll bring it back from cutting it back with an abrasive paste. Okay, that's all nice and dry. I didn't need to put on a second coat, so one was just fine. So now we're going to go on with an abrasive paste. This is our experimental one. This is 2.1. Go away. Put my face mask back on just for the eye protection. I don't want any grit going in it. I'll just quickly wipe off any excess grit with our isopropyl alcohol. Then we'll let this dry. Okay, that's all nice and dry, so it's time to put on a protective wax. This is a mix of beeswax, carrageenan wax and microcrystalline wax. It's all held together in a linseed oil. Okay, we'll rub this in. Okay, right, I'll turn this around and we shall continue. Okay, we've turned it round and we're all nice and safe on the lathe again with tailstock support, of course. Now it's time to start discussing what we're going to be making. Now what I'm wanting to do is to make a very, very squat ornamental style vase with a raised neck. So the first thing I need to do is make a mark where the outside of the neck is going to be. Right, now that may seem a little big, but with wood it's very easy to take wood away, but you can't add it. So the biggest problem we're going to face is getting the proportions of this thing correct. So going to the top, I imagine that the top of the main vase itself will be kind of that area, and then the neck will come up something like that. Well, hopefully it'll be a bit of detail that's like a slight raised area around the neck as well, and this will gradually curve down to the base. That's the kind of shape I'm hoping to get in here. So the first steps are going to be to take it in from here down and out, and we'll keep stopping at regular intervals until we can try and gaze that we've got something which is well balanced and pleasing to the eye. Okay, the shape's coming along nicely. We've got a bit of a hole developing there. That's a small bark inclusion, so keep an eye on that. Hopefully we'll get past it, but if we don't, then it doesn't really matter too much. Now I'm just getting close to this top edge. I've got to be careful because I do have an undercut in here, so I've got to make sure that the curve I put on the outside doesn't go through. We end up losing this rim. So I'm going to quickly set this angle now, and then I can hopefully get the rest to fit that shape, or that curve rather. absolutely perfect. I love that rim. Right, now what we have to do is just to slightly shallow this angle coming in so we can get deeper on the neck, and then we'll try and figure out exactly how wide this needs to be at the top. Really starting to take shape now. I'm just going to stand back from this and try and get a look at the ratio of top to base and neck size and all the other bits and pieces. I'm starting to like it. I think this detail I've put on this edge here, I think it needs to be slightly further in. I think it's too far out there. And obviously the neck as well will need to be slightly narrower as well. So let's have a little play around with those. I'm just going to switch back over to the 3/8 inch bowl gouge. We've made it a little bit higher up on here. We've made that a little bit smaller. I think that needs to be smaller still. I'll take it in by about another 5 millimeters. Okay, I love that. Alright, so let's put a bit of a hole in here so we can actually use it as a vase or something. This is more form over function. Some people would class it as a twig pot or a small little bud vase, but the form is everything with this piece. The look of it, the balance, the shape, the feel. Everything is designed to try and show off as much of this wood as possible. So right, let's hollow out a little bit. Okay, I've got the bit all set up to drill in. I've measured the depth I can allow, taken a little bit off just for safety, and made a mark on it there. So we'll go in nice and slowly. And that'll do. Okay, now back again with the 3/8 inch spindle gouge. I'm just going to round over this edge to take it in. I may put a slight detail, a slight edge detail on it as well to mirror what we've got going on here. Okay, I think we're done. I really like that. The balance, the shape, it just seems to sit nicely. It's not too narrow, it's not too big. It doesn't look clunky or unrefined or anything like that. So I'm going to set it for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, but I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, there we go. Sanding is all done, so we'll give it a clean off again with some isopropyl. I'm sure you understand fully why I decided to buy this wood. Right, we'll let this dry, then we'll come back on with a sealer. Okay, that's had plenty of time to dry, so we'll go back on with the shellac sealer. We're going to brush it on again. I'm just going to give this a quick wipe over because I don't want any runs appearing on the top or going down the back of the piece. I'll just give it a quick wipe over. Okay, right, we'll let this dry. I don't think it'll need a second coat, so we should be able to come straight back on with an abrasive paste. Okay, once again, this has had plenty of time to dry. So we're going on with the experimental 2.1 variation of abrasive paste. Okay, I'll put my face mask back on and we'll rub this in. Clean off the rest with isopropyl. Let this dry for the last time. Okay, it's all nice and dry and looking very nice. We're going to go back on with the same wax as we put on the other side. Okay, right, we'll buff this in. Okay, let's take a look at what we're giving away. Well, there we go. The 40,000 subscriber giveaway vase. The grain on this London plain burl is just beyond words. I've seen some pretty wood in my time, but this is just absolutely incredible. The shape itself, I'm very, very happy with the way it came out. Creating this overhang on the base gives it a feeling as if it's just floating on the table, just beckoning you over to take a look. It does have some use. If you can use twigs and stylish branches to go in there, and it will be very secure, it will be very, very stable. So it does have a use, but the main focus of this, I really wanted to be this amazing wood. So if you want to be in with a chance of winning this, then all you've had to have done is to have commented on a video since our last giveaway and be subscribed to the channel. Every comment you leave will count as one entry, and the draw will be done on the 30th of November. That's a Saturday. But this isn't the only prize. We also have 2 sets of the new Pro Comfort tool range from Record Power. We've got the bowl turning set and the spindle set. Let's Resin have kindly donated a wonderful UV light for UV resin and 3 sets of their mica powders. I'll probably put those two together as one prize and these two separately for 2 separate prizes. Last but not least, a Scruff's Winter Essential Pack from Yandles. I could do one of those myself. The temperature's starting to drop over the last few days, so I may be needing something like that soon. So there we go. That's all from me. I would like to wish you all the very, very best of luck in the competition, and thank you so much for the support you've given me that has got us where we are today. So thank you very much, and and I'll see you all very soon. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to the workshop. Today, what's this? Dear Mike, I thought you may like to make your own present this year, so I have left you this. Kindest regards, Father Christmas. That's nice of him. P.S. I have liked and subscribed. Excellent. Oh, but Rudolph still prefers Phil Anderson. Well, fair enough, he is good. Right, let's see what Santa has left for us to make. Ooh. Oh wow. Oh, that's rather nice. That looks like a nice little piece of spalted burl elm. This will be fun. Right, for those of you who are very observant, apart from Santa having left me a present to turn, we have no tools. All my tools have gone. I haven't been robbed. I commissioned a very, very good friend of mine called Andy Firth to create a new tool wall for myself. It's something I could build, but I'm not that great at it. Now my dogs are going mental outside, so there's a reasonable chance that that could be him. Yeah. Oh. God, it's like I'm professional. Yeah. It's not made out of an old bed anymore.
No. But the other one.
And we're done. I think that looks all right. It's a bit of an improvement. Right, let's get back to this. All right, it's been an exciting morning already. We've not even started turning. Right, so we've got a spalted piece of elm. We do have some worm damage, but we'll come to that if we need to. Now the striking features about this, the spalting in the wood. Now spalting comes from when a piece of wood has been left in the wet and you get this black lines inside. It's actually a fungus, although it's not harmful in any way, especially not when the piece has been finished. Now, if you look at the side, you can see the spalting around there and here as well. Now, looking at that, it's only at a maximum of about an inch down in this piece. So if we were to go too deep, then this has a chance of disappearing altogether. So initially, it rules out having a worm screw, because a worm screw would go in about an inch, and then when we hollow it out, all this spalting would be removed. So we've got to think of a different way of getting this mounted. Now, we can mount it between centres, but we haven't got an overly massive piece, so I don't necessarily want to create a tenon on that side. So our other alternative is to go in here with a Forstner bit, about 3 or 4 millimeters, and then be able to hold it that way with the jaws. Now, in order to drill with the Forstner bit, we need a flat surface. So I'm going to quickly nip this to the bandsaw, just quickly cut off a couple of these little knobs here so we can get it flat on the drill press and drill it out for the chuck. Okay, that's all we needed to do. Just create a nice little flat so you can hold it steady on the drill press and drill in. Now I'm just going to quickly find the center. do it, just there. Okay, so that's our centre. Now I've got something new to show you. Okay, this is the DP58B drill press from Record Power, and it's an absolute beast. It's got a 5/8 inch chuck, really powerful motor, but it's not what I'm wanting to show you. When I first bought this, it was on my desk over there, and this was the kind of height I was working at, so I moved it over onto the other bench, which lowered it a little, but it was still a case of when I was drilling into it, it was flying into my face. But luckily a company called FlexiSpot got in touch, and they've sent me this to have a play with. And how's this going to help? Let me show you. With these standing desks, I can reposition my drill press to any height I want in order to be able to use it comfortably. Now it's okay having it this low for my drill press, but if I also bring it back up, then I can use it at the correct height for a feed table for the bandsaw as well. Now this has given me an awful lot more flexibility in the workshop than I previously had, and when you haven't got a heck of a lot of room, having this kind of flexibility really is important. Now the worktop I went for, this is the 600mm by 1200, but with these same legs you can get tabletops up to 2 meters long and 800mm wide, which is really quite a size. These legs expand and then lock in place to accommodate all different sizes of tops, and you can get them in all different finishes as well. This is an ebony finish, which is I'm going to try and protect this beautiful worktop as much as I can. Now you can program in all the different heights you want. There's 4 different memory settings. For instance, number 2. Now memory 2 was the point I had primarily set to work on this, but that's still a bit high, so I'm just going to drop it down to where I feel it's better. Hit the memory button, 2 again, and now that's fixed. That will remember that position. So I can go back up to where it was. Nope, I've changed my mind. I'll go back down, press the 2, and I'll go back to that position. It also goes quite high. Now that's going to be an ideal position for leaning on, looking out the window, or working on something really close up. Probably a bit high for me for fine detail work, so somewhere around there, if I'm doing any soldering or anything like that, that's an ideal kind of height. Now when I was putting this together, I was really impressed by the quality of the fit and finish. The legs are incredibly sturdy. I mean, this is absolutely solid. The motor will transport up to 160 kilograms in weight. I think this drill press is about 70 kilo. And just for fun, I had my daughter sat on here as well, and it didn't cause any problems whatsoever. The range of movement is 635mm up to 1285mm, and the very intuitive controls allow you to turn in incredibly small increments. And it does give you a readout as well of the measurement you've got. Like I say, it's got 4 memories, and also on the side there there's a USB charging slot as well, so you can plug in anything you want. If you look underneath, as you can see from underneath here, you've got no cables hanging around because they're all underneath this magnetic mount, and there is an optional cradle mount as well for extra cables that you can put on the back. Right, let's get this drill press working and we can carry on again. I will put links in the description below to where you can have a look at more details on these wonderful desks. Okay, after a bit of messing around, I really must sharpen up my Forstner bits. We've got a good firm hold on there, but despite that, I am still going to use a tailstock support at the start. Okay, we're all ready. 3/8 inch ball gouge. This is the hybrid grind with a Pro Comfort handle from Record Power, and we will starting to turn at about 750 RPM. First order of business is to do some exploratory cuts just to see what this surface is like underneath. Anything with spalting in, you always are a little bit wary of because there could be soft areas. So we'll try and even up the sides a little bit and then develop a plan of action. Okay, cutting both sides. Wood seems okay. Maybe a little bit softer in the lighter areas, but generally not too bad. Okay, we don't have an awful lot of depth in this piece, and we know the top is going to be relatively flat. So I'm going to have to keep on turning up this base to a point where we feel that we're happy with the style and design that will suit a flat topped piece. So we'll keep on going. I'll keep the foot about this size, maybe go a little bit wider, I think, just so it's nice and stable. All right, we'll carry on. Okay, we've got the other half of the wormholes starting to come through on the base. So they're all, yeah, they're pretty much all the way through. So at least we know what we're dealing with. But it holds a hole and it's absolutely fine. Okay, now I've got this angle coming up on the sides. I think I can start going a little bit deeper in here, but just keep this similar kind of curve. I don't think it needs to be much more than that. We haven't got an enormous piece of wood that we can start to experiment with shape on, so we're just going to have to keep this one fairly simple, I think. Right. Okay, it's looking good. We've got some of the burl pattern starting to come through now on this side, which is nice. We've got some of this spalting as well coming through, which is also good. And the difficult decision I've got ahead is to try and decide how far to take this base and how thick we want the top edge to be. Now this side is thinner than this side, so I'm going to have to work on the basis of this one. Now we've got about a 3 or 4 mil recess cut in with the Forstner bit at the start, which is going to take that down to about there. Just to give you an idea where that is. Okay, so we can afford to take this up probably about another 1/4 of an inch to about somewhere there, I think, and that will help us clear a bit more of this area so we get to see a bit more of this beautiful wood. That's looking lovely. I like that. I'll just put this extra bit of detail here on this edge, because otherwise I think it's just going to start looking a bit too flat. I think we can afford to go a little bit higher, just a fraction. So let's make a couple more supported cuts with the grain going this way towards this rim here, I'm going to think we're getting close to being able to sand. I think we might have to lose this, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame, but we can't have everything. Right, I'll make those cuts, just tidy up these edges here, and then I think we'll put a recess in. Right, that's excellent. Right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it, and I'll bring you back when it's done. Okay, sanding went well. If you're wondering, I was doing the bark with this flappy disc that I got off Amazon. We can get the Sandoflex over here, but it is really quite expensive. So this seems to do the trick pretty well. Right, I'm just going to give it a wipe over with isopropyl alcohol, just to help clean any loose dust out the pores of the grain, and give us a first look at how this amazing elm is going to look with a finish on. A really quite extraordinary pattern. Okay. Right, we'll let this dry for a little while, and we'll come back with a sealer. Okay, that's a good time to dry. So I'll just go back on with the usual shellac sealer. I'm using a brush to put it on just because it's easier to get into all the little areas. Make sure everything gets a good covering. Okay, I think I'll just quickly wipe off any excess, and then we'll let this dry for a few minutes. Right, we'll come back in a little while and do what we need to do next, which I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, that's had a good chance to dry, so we're going to go on again with an abrasive paste. This is Northern Grit, our very own product. I'm going to put on a reasonable amount, applied in circular motions, and then we're going to buff it in with this locked off, just so we can make sure we can get on all the extremities. Will just help fine up the finish and give us a nice surface for the final coat. I apologise about the heavy wind noises, it's getting pretty wild outside. Right, I'll do the centre bit with the lathe spinning, and then I'll lock it off and do the extremities. Just putting on some eye protection. Okay, that's certainly brought a lot of life to this grain. Right, I'm just going to quickly blow out all the okay, that's all nice and dry. So once again, I know I'm getting addicted to this stuff. This is Howard's Feed and Wax. With this kind of coloured wood, it just gives it so much extra life. I just love it. Okay, we're going to let this sit for 20 minutes. I'll come back, wipe it down, turn it around, and then I'll bring it back and we shall start the other side. Okay, all nicely turned around. You can clearly see the tenon we created with the forcing a bit, and that's how we've been holding it while we've been sorting out the base. Now, it was my initial intention just to make this a nice shallow platter style, but while we've been turning, I've kind of changed my mind a little bit. And what I'm thinking is if I just draw a circle from this outer edge here, I'm thinking of putting a rim on it and just a shallow bowl inside with these just a little bit lower. Now, I'm not sure how that looks, if that's a bit wide, a bit big for it. Maybe not. Now, the one thing I don't want to do is go too deep inside because I'll lose this spalting. So I think I'll just maybe try it a little bit further in, I think. Perhaps there. You lose a bit on the edge, but that's fine. Okay, so I'll just put another line just on the inside so it kind of shows where the lip would be. And I think initially we'll work towards that. So to start off with, I'm just going to work on the outside of this line with a few pull cuts just to define that area so we can get a look at it, see how it looks, and then we'll worry about taking the rest of the wood away. Okay, I've sharpened up again, carrying on with the 3/8 inch bowl gouge, and we'll start to turn at about 800 RPM. See how that looks. Right, we're cutting various different heights across it, so it obviously wasn't quite perfectly flat, but that's fine. Depth wise, we can afford to go down about 1/8 of an inch further, but so far so good. All right, I like that. So I'll just take this down a little bit further so we can set the depth of this edge. What's it going to do to the outside? We may lose that corner. We might lose that little edge. Still a little bit there. Right, I'm happy with those widths. That's nice. Now, we've still got a different height variation on this edge here. So I'm just going to quickly flatten this off so it's all the same height, and then we can make a final call on whether or not we've gone far enough down with this rim. I think we've got it, and I think that's enough of a rim to make it look okay. We need to do a couple of bit of final cuts on there just to even up that surface, which I shall do now, and then we can worry about a very shallow hollow out. Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at where we want this rim. I think just on the inside of that natural edge there. So everything inside that is just going to get a very, very shallow curve. I shall stop relatively often just to keep an eye on where the spalting is to make sure we're not losing it. The only chance, well, the area where there's most likely is in this area here because it's quite shallow there. So this side isn't too bad because it does go in quite deep there. Okay, I'm going to take the tool rest away for these cuts because I want to keep on working all the way to the center so I can see exactly where the spalting is. Okay, we've uncovered a wonderful little piece of spalting there. That's nice. Right, do we take another pass or not? No, I think what we've got is fine. I'll just do a little bit of cleaning up around here. Marvellous, I love it. Now if this didn't have this beautiful spalting on, I would have taken that a lot further down. I just love the dark lines so much that I think they're worth keeping as a feature of this. So right, I'm going to set up for sanding. I'll let you watch a bit of it as usual, and I shall bring you back when we're done. Okay, sanding went well, so we're just going to go over with a bit of isopropyl just to give the surface a nice clean off. This should look quite spectacular, I think. Told you. We'll let this dry, and then we'll come back on with the sealer again. Okay, that's all nice and dry. I'm going to go back on with the sealer again with a brush, but I am going to make sure that I do wipe it down carefully afterwards because we've got these wormholes in here that go all the way through. I don't want the shellac running through and then going down the back, so we'll be taking care not to have any runs affect the reverse side. Oh, look at that. I'll just quickly wipe off any excess. Check the back as well. Make sure there's nothing coming through. The wormholes look pretty good. Okay, right, we'll let this dry and then come back on with the abrasive paste. Okay, that's all nice and dry, so I'm going to repeat the process again with the abrasive paste. It'll be a little bit easier this time. I can do the vast majority just holding the cloth against it, and then it's just the extremities that I'll have to use mechanical means. Put on eye protection again. Last time we'll let this dry, then I'll come back with the Howard's feed and wax. Okay, once again, a nice healthy coating of the feed and wax. We'll let this sit for 20 minutes. After that, I shall come back, buff it up, and then we can take a look at the present that Santa brought. And there we go. My Christmas present. A nice little platter made from spalted burl elm. The patterns around the burl really are quite astonishing. There's so much going on in there. If you see any faces or anything like that, please let me know in the comments below. I know it's got 5 wormholes that go all the way through, but I don't mind them at all. It's very, very hard to find elm that hasn't been attacked in some way, so it's not unusual. I think it just adds to the character of this piece. So thank you, Santa. You have chosen a wonderful piece of wood for us to turn. As we're on with thanks, I'd like to say a massive thank you to Andy Firth for getting my rather wonderful tool shelf made and delivered in a timely fashion. I know the guy's been incredibly busy doing an awful lot of craft fairs and making some incredible things. I'll leave a link to his socials in the description below, and I certainly do urge you to check him out. I'd also like to thank FlexiSpot for providing me with the E7 Pro height adjustable table. Any equipment I do get into the workshop, I always try and make sure that it's very, very useful, and I am going to use it. I don't like to just get any old thing just because somebody offered it to me. And that table, in the position it is, does cover quite a few useful roles. In fact, I'm even thinking about replacing my workbench through on the other side of the workshop with the L-shaped version they do. I think that could be quite useful. Anyway, that's it for now. I hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have, I would appreciate a like and subscribe and all the usual things, and if you could share it as well, then that would be absolutely amazing. Don't forget that if you do leave a comment, you are going to be entered into the giveaway the next time we do one. I'm not quite sure when, but hopefully it won't be too long. Anyway, it's Christmas Eve. That's when this video is coming out, so I would like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I will try and get a video out on New Year's Eve, but we have a lot going on in the family at the moment, so please excuse me if one doesn't appear. But apart from that, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you.